tractable, but it's going to be a $4 billion project that will include $2.7 billion from the Commanders to build the stadium and $1.147 billion from the district to cover the costs of other aspects. Meanwhile, tough news for Milwaukee Bucks fans. Damian Lillard has been diagnosed with a torn left Achilles tendon. He's going to undergo surgery. The team making that announcement today. An MRI revealed the severity of the injury, which will end his season, puts his 25-26 season in jeopardy because of the extended recovery timeline of that injury.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Happy Monday to everybody. I hope everybody had a great weekend. For sports fans, it was a tremendous weekend. People are very excited about the Seahawks draft. Is getting rave reviews from all of the experts, the analysts, the fans, everybody. It's never a consensus, but boy, this is about as close to a consensus as I can remember, and we're going to talk about that. Also, the Mariners continue to win. They've won 6 series in a row. They are in first place. We're going to talk about that. They got the day off, so much to come. We're going to talk to Jalen Milroe's high school coach coming up at 2:30. Todd McVey, head coach at Tompkins High School, will join us at 2:30. We got our weekly conversation with Rowland-Smith coming up at 3 p.m. Rylie Mills, the 5th-round pick out of Notre Dame, defensive tackle of your Seattle Seahawks, will join us at 4 p.m. Eric Edholm, who's the lead draft writer for NFL.com, will join us at 4:30, see what his grade of the Seahawks is. And then Nick Emmanwori, the 2nd-round pick, who said, everybody made the list. They're all on my list. He was not happy about the teams that passed on him. He's going to make them pay. And that conversation will come your way at 5 p.m. I'd highly recommend tuning in for that one. In the interest of full disclosure, we taped that with him this morning. He was cool. He was a great conversation.
I didn't expect that. I thought he was going to be more stoic and, because his call, he was kind of very few words.
Yeah.
When they called him to tell him he was drafted. And this kid is great, man. And, every once in a while I'll ask double-barrel questions. Well, you're not supposed to do that. Mm-hmm. He answered both. Yeah. So I was just putting him through the test, Bob.
Yeah, that's all you were doing.
That's what I was doing. But no, he's a great kid, very verbal, lots of words, descriptive, everything, and really a good player and a guy that, even the Seahawks had ranked as far as a first-round draft choice.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and I know Bump was talking about him a lot. I was talking about, safeties in the middle of the field and how important it is. And this is a big, his comp is kind of, Cam Chancellor-like. And, this is a great kid. And he's one of those guys that you're probably going to be having a relationship with for about the next 10 years.
Hopefully. I mean, his ceiling seems extremely high, and I'm just going to is in the way of a tease here. He's gonna make a comment that I think is gonna truly endear himself to the 12s, to the Seahawk fans. You are really gonna enjoy a specific comment he made in this conversation. So that's coming up at 5 p.m. Our conversation with Nick Emmanwori, Rylie Mills, their 5th-round pick at 4 p.m. We'll talk to Rowland-Smith at 3. Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. What grade would you give the Seahawks draft? Seahawk fans, where are you at with that? It seems to be overwhelmingly positive. Doesn't mean you love every last pick, but overall, I saw the talking heads giving them rave reviews. I saw it's happy fans, which is weird. Usually you'll get I can't believe they took this guy. They could have taken this guy, or why'd they draft this guy? He stinks. They should have taken this. You usually get a lot of that. This might be the most well-received John Schneider draft in maybe ever. I'm not saying it's his best draft, but just in terms of his being well-received by the fan base. Well, I can't remember one that was kind of viewed this way the day after, the day after it wrapped up.
I would say other than cornerback, and this is kind of nitpicking even just because, they've got some undrafted free agents that they're going to sign and bring guys in and everything. But, I thought maybe they could have used a little bit more there, but that's not what they do in the draft. They go and try to find the best player. And so what was the biggest need? By far, interior offensive line. And how many times does it match up? Because that was pretty clear. I mean, I think if you asked 9 out of 10 fans, what do they need to draft? They would have said offensive line.
Yes.
No question. So,
and they did what was the obvious move, but they never do that. So that was the biggest upset.
Right.
They didn't trade out of the pick. We both thought they'd trade down. They did not. And they took what was the obvious need, the most pressing need. They took the guard. And it's weird to be so excited about a guard. I always go back to the comments your old coach made you, like, I could get a bum off the highway to play guard, get me a tackle. Just it's not a glamorous position,
right?
But you notice it when it's not working.
Yeah.
And this goes a long way into fixing that. And hopefully the guys they've got in the building and, they're going to take that next step, new coordinator, new offense. We'll see what goes on. But it's just weird to see that sort of celebration over a guard being drafted in the first round.
Yeah, well, and the other thing is, I think there was only one guard taken before him, Booker.
Yeah.
And they had Grey Zabel ranked higher.
Yeah.
He was higher in their book, in their eyes. So, yeah, it just lined up perfectly. And then you go and get Emmanwori, who they do need some safety depth there. I think they have a couple of good safeties. I mean, Julian Love is he's kind of flies under the radar a little bit. Like, we don't talk about him enough. And then Kobe Bryant. And so now you've got a guy that's kind of a thumper. He's sort of a, you look at the one thing we'll talk about that in our interview with him. But Cam Chancellor, when he came in here, he wasn't great at playing the ball in the air. He got much better at that, and then he became excellent. But he was always a thumper.
Yeah.
This kid, he plays, Emmanwori plays the ball really well when it's in the air. So, yeah, I mean, I think everything just lined up like you said, and then I saw another thing where it was, there was some rating on they had the most athletic draft, the first 4 or 5 picks. I mean, just everybody loved it, and I think especially the offensive line thing, because that was pretty glaring.
Yeah,
that they need that, and so to get a first rounder, and then the other thing about it, the last first rounder that they took as a guard in their draft history was Steve Hutchinson.
Yeah. That worked out well, too.
That was pretty good.
Well, John on Saturday was talking about why he was so excited about this year's draft.
Yeah, historic was a little aggressive last night. Yeah, I was like, slow down, Sheriff. But no, I don't know. It's just this really cool, like, these guys and the work that everybody did, and just, I don't know, like it's just like it was a cohesive process, like. We just, we worked our tails off, and it may have a little bit to do with, second year with, with a new, with our, like, the defensive staff, Mike, his group, and then, an offensive staff that has been through different draft processes, whether it be Denver, Minnesota, or New Orleans.
I don't know who called it historic. He said Sherm. Did Richard Sherman say that, or was that somebody else?
So Schneider the night before, let me try to find that cut. He came in just raving about, he said it was a historic day in Seahawks history.
Oh, okay.
So
I thought he was referencing, I thought he said Sherm, maybe he said Schneider or whatever. But
here, let's hear. This is what he's kind of dialing back after Friday night ended.
Yeah, exciting day. It's a cool day in Seahawks history, it really is. It started out outstanding with Nick. We waited on Arroyo, and then, adding Jalen right there at the end was a big deal for us. So, really excited about it.
Well, he didn't say historic. He's excited.
No. Big day in Seahawks history.
It was a big day. There's a reason to be excited. And then Mike McDonald talking about, he was asked about only drafting 2 defensive guys.
I think honestly, I realized that at the end.
Yeah.
Well, we were going through the free agency process, and gave the defensive guys some grief, but no, they're really excited. Excited about our UDFA class as well. I know the offensive guys were rocking and rolling today, and as they should be. We we've got some really good players to join the team. So yeah, all positive, man. It was great.
Never know when you're going to get a Doug Baldwin or Jermaine Kearse. So yeah, and it just everything's clicking for him, and I think that's kind of I think that's how I would look at it as well, as what John said, and he would know better than anybody that it's the second year with your new coach, and so you don't really know how things are going to work, and you're still trying to go through the draft process. I'm sure that was pretty awkward last year because you didn't really know the coach that much, right? I mean, you got to know him before. You signed him here as far as Mike McDonald goes, and now all of a sudden, you get to know him. You've been through an entire season. You know what he's thinking, and I think it's interesting to hear him say, "Yeah, I didn't think about that until the very end." Just because he's a defensive guy, I mean, his half of it relies on your offense. So, that makes sense, and I think it's cool that he didn't even really notice that there weren't that many players picked as far as defense goes, and they got a lot better.
You guys can text in your grades, 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. What grade do you give the Seahawks draft now that it's all in the books? How you feeling about things?
I know you're a tough grader, Bob, but I'm going to go with A.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't have any disappointments. I don't have anybody that was on the board that I'm like, oh, I can't believe they, passed on this guy, or why would they take this guy? Or it doesn't mean I'm dialed into every aspect of every draft picks game. I'm not going to pretend to be that guy, but I feel like they address their needs. It doesn't, we'll see what they do with the free agents that are out there. A lot of talent that's out there. We'll find out, but I thought they nailed it. I thought John and the crew, they just absolutely nailed it. And by the way, if you missed any of our show or you just want to go watch things again, you can check out our Wyman and Bob channel on the Seattle Sports YouTube page. You can search for Seattle Sports on all social media platforms. That includes X and Instagram and Blue Sky and Threads, all that stuff. Find segments like our conversations with Seahawks players, Mariners players. Everything's right there for you. So we're going to talk a lot about the Seahawks draft. You guys can text in your grades again to 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. How about the other bit of good news going on in this? It was a good news weekend sports-wise because the draft went the way everybody was hoping. Everybody, for the most part, is feeling really good about what the Seahawks did. Meanwhile, there are your Seattle Mariners just winning 6 series in a row, sitting there in first place, Dave. Sitting there in first place. They've got the AL Player of the Week again this week, Jorge Polanco. Yeah. How about that?
After following Dylan Moore?
Yeah, they are 12-4 in their last 16 games, sitting there in first place. Jorge Polanco, by the way, it's interesting because I was looking at his numbers last night. They've played 28 games. He's only played in 20 of them, but he leads the team in average. He leads the team in hits. He leads the team in RBI. He leads the team in slug. He leads the team in OPS. And he's played 8 fewer games than some other guys. So it's just his... this is unexpected to say the very least because we saw a completely different version of Jorge last year. And obviously the injury played a big part in that. We weren't privy to what was going on. He just had a down year. It was not a good year out in the field. It was not a good year at the plate. So when he was re-signed, everybody, including me, went, really? That's your acquisition? That's going to help the lineup? And lo and behold, it's helped the lineup. He's been fantastic, and I can't wait to see him bat from the right side of the plate. But right now, he's doing damage just being a DH, not playing in the field, and he's hitting lefty, and he's hitting well. And then J.P. Crawford is on fire. He's got a 7-game hit streak. He's got a hit in 10 of his last 11 games, and for the month of April, he's hitting .314 with a .435 on base. And I think he's got the highest WRC plus of any shortstop in baseball.
Amazing. Yeah. And, that wasn't somebody when the season started off, we all were like, okay, he was one of the guys that we thought, needs to get hot. But I don't know if he was a priority or not. He's always a solid contributor. And for him to all of a sudden to get hot at the plate has just been a godsend. And then, and that's kind of what you hoped this team would be about. Like Cal's going to slump. Randy Arozarena is going to slump every once in a while. Not that they are, but and you need somebody to come in and pick it up. And JP's capable of doing that, and he did it. And then Polanco has just been incredible. he's just a machine at the plate. So, yeah, you look at him, his last couple games, he's 3 for 4, 2 for 4. I mean, he's gotten a hit in the last 5 games, multi-hits, 2 of those games. I mean, he has just been incredibly reliable. And, and the injury not really bothering him that much, obviously.
Yeah, at least not from the left side. He's doing damage. I love it. And you're not exposing him out in the field. I love that, too. It's and then Ben Williamson has been a revelation out there. He's not hitting for power. He does have 1 home run, but he's spraying the ball around. He's played great defense. He's been decidedly better. That's the one thing we heard about him at the plate as well. His glove is major league ready.
Right.
Not sure if his bat plays at this level.
Yeah.
So far, it plays really well. Now, we always see this, where not always, but you see often a young guy comes up and they're hot. The league will adjust to you. Then it becomes about, all right, how do you adjust to their adjustment? That chess game? They're going to start figuring out the holes in his swing. Here's the weak part. Here's the the zone rating. Here's where he's hot. Here's where he's cold. He's a sucker for off-speed low and away, or high heat up, whatever. They're going to figure out what it is that he doesn't handle well, and they're going to start capitalizing on that, and we'll see how he responds. But couldn't be happier with what we've seen out of that kid.
Yeah, remember in the Boston series where he made that play where he kind of looped around the
runner on third, yeah.
Yeah, my favorite part of that was when he was asked about it, because he was like, I just made a play.
Yeah.
I don't really know what, it's like second nature for him.
He's been a revelation. It's been fun watching him, and can't wait to see how his season progresses. But yeah, Polanco, AL Player of the Week, J.P. Crawford, absolutely on fire and showing a little pop.
Here's the stretch of the 1-1, swinging a well-hit ball deep into the gap in the right center field. Off the bat of Crawford, and goodbye baseball. J.P. Crawford with a home run to right center. J.P. raises right hand high in the air, round second base on his way toward home. Randy scores out in front of him. And it's now the Mariners 7 and the Marlins 2. And yes, indeed, the offense just continues to pour it on the last 2 games against the Marlins.
So coming up big, showing some pop, just getting on base at a 435 clip in the month of April. He's been huge, and Dan Wilson just talking about how valuable he's been to this offense.
Yeah, big homer today, big lift. Just more and more good at bats from JP. We've seen the on base all year. He's been there with it, and I think especially lately, been using that left center side on occasion, and then when he gets his pitch, he's able to turn on it like he did today and crush it. That was a long home run, and his at bats have been so good, and his ability to get on base, make things happen, has been so good. So offensively, JP's in a really good spot. He's done an outstanding job.
Yeah, it's been great. He's been great, and you need him. He's one of your leaders. He's your vet. He's the one guy that wasn't questioned about, well, what are we getting in the infield? We were talking about, well, what happens at third base? And what happens at second? And what happens at first? He was the one spot that was just like, all right, that's his spot, but he's got to earn it. He had a bad year last year. So this is great to see.
Well, and especially you mentioned the fact that he's such a leader on this team. And, that's one of the things, I've seen it happen before where, football obviously a little bit different, but like if you're not producing and you're not making plays, and particularly if you're making mistakes, and you're a leader, it's kind of like nobody's going to follow you. So
right.
JP just being, and it's funny how much whenever we interview him, he's just a very laid back guy. But for whatever reason, man, and I obviously you can see all the great attributes about JP. So I didn't mean it to sound like that for whatever reason, but JP, I mean, we don't hear from him a lot, but you can tell how much everybody looks up to that guy.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really, really awesome to have him, and you like to know that you can have him fill in and he can get hot at a certain point when, like I said, maybe someone else is cold. Second hottest team in the league right now. I think the Mets and the Tigers are 8-2 the last 10, but 7-3. Is that 6 in a row?
6 series in a row.
Incredible.
Won 12 of 16, sitting there in first place.
This might be one of the greatest sports weekends in Seattle history.
It was a good weekend, man. It was a good weekend to be a Seattle sports fan. And before we get to take 2, one more question for the listeners out there. Would you move Crawford back into that leadoff spot now that he's scorching hot, or are you like, don't touch him? Just leave it alone? Because he was hitting ninth. He was now moved up to sixth yesterday. You leave him there? Because I'm of the mind, don't mess with it. Don't mess with it. He's the bottom of the lineup has been producing. It's rolling. Seeing some signs out of Julio. Hit that home run the other day. Had that 2-run single yesterday. So maybe he's starting to find him. I would leave it where it's at. But what do you think? Would you move JP back into that leadoff spot, seeing that he's on an absolute tear, or do you leave him where he's at?
I'm sorry. You're asking that. You don't want to know from me.
Well, I don't. Nobody cares what you think.
Okay, go ahead.
No. What would you do?
I'd leave him there. I mean, I could see him going, no, Skip, don't touch me. I'm good right now.
Yeah, I'd leave him there too. What would you guys do? 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Let's take two.
Well, Seahawks didn't draft a cornerback in their draft, but they did sign LSU defensive back Zy Alexander as part of their undrafted free agent class. Now, tough to get an official list because you don't have an official confirmation source, so this is kind of from agents, players, or representatives, but it looks like about 16 reported undrafted free agent signings for the Seahawks. Alexander had been projected as kind of a mid to late round pick by a handful of draft analysts.
Maybe he's got a list of teams too, like they all made the list.
Exactly. Well, like I said earlier, you never know when you're going to get a Doug Baldwin or Jermaine Kearse. So, that's the one I would say. We talked about this when we were doing the draft, Bob. Like, who would you like to see him draft? I think I said corner a couple of times. Yeah. I believe you did too, because we're looking at the depth chart going, you got Josh Jobe, you got
on a 1-year deal,
Nehemiah Pritchett, you got, you got Reek Woolen, who's
in his final year of his deal.
Yeah. So, and obviously Spoon is in there, but I think it's a crime to put him on the outside. You got to have him on the inside. But that'll be interesting to see if they can get something out of this kid. They're going to address that position, though. If they don't find something in a guy like Zy Alexander, they're going to probably go back out into the market.
Jorge Polanco was just named the AL Player of the Week. So with Dylan Moore last week and Polanco this week, it's the first time the Mariners have had consecutive winners of the award since Alex Rodriguez and Ken Griffey Jr. did it in 1998, the week of June 27th and July 4th.
Wow. What was that, 27 years ago? Goodness.
Well, I wasn't born yet.
If at the beginning of the
right.
Yeah, that's right. At the beginning of the year, if you would have said, hey, these guys are going to have back-to-back Player of the Week, you'd probably say Cal and Julio.
Yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't be thinking Dylan Moore and Jorge Polanco. No, but let's give him a little love.
Pitch to him. Swung on. Blasted right field. Has he done it again? Has he done it again? Yes, he has! Jorge Polanco! His second home run of the night. He is absolutely on fire. His 7th of the year. There is no stopping Jorge Polanco, and the Mariners just pouring it on. It is 8-0 M's.
How about this? 3 in a row, and it's J.P. Crawford, the next one.
Love it. Love it. Keep it going. Keep it going. All right, Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Coming up, who knows more about Jalen Milroe than a guy who helped him develop into the player he is today? Milroe's high school coach, Todd McVey, is going to join us next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The draft.
It's a cool day in Seahawks history.
Is in the books, and we're breaking down every pick and how the Hawks came out of their most important draft in years.
Get a difference maker, and they got him.
Nick Emmanwori.
Kind of a Swiss Army knife kind of a dude.
Jalen Milroe.
Wow. This dude is a home run hitter.
However, Jalen deserves and earns the right to go out there, then we'll do that.
Exclusive insider content on the Seattle Sports app and YouTube, and the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here from my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Rick Riz here for the Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Many of our local youth sports teams need help with field enhancements, training, and equipment. Local Pella owners Keith Dashafy and Luke Wilson are stepping up to donate $5,000 to 2 deserving teams. We need your help finding them. Head to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a deserving team in need. Let's help our local youth improve their play this year with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Contest and rules at seattlesports.com/play.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, crown disappearing. Hair loss for me was like identity theft. The solution? The simple one-day treatment that worked for me from Advanced Hair. And I'm just one of tens of thousands. Advanced Hair was recently crowned the winner of the 425 Business of the Year again. Advanced Hair begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions, those monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but if you're like me, you want more. You wanted your own natural hair in specific areas permanently. From Advanced Hair's groundbreaking technology to world-class Dr. Parango, it's not maybe your hair will grow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off, 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call West Coast Men's Health at 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
One of the draft picks that seemed to get most people really excited was their third-round pick. Seahawks go quarterback with their third-round pick. They take Jalen Milroe out of Alabama.
It all starts with a good high school football coach.
That's what we were saying. Look, if you don't have it right there from the jump, it doesn't matter what happens after high school. If the coach is no good, then you know the player's going to be no good. And luckily, the coach was great, and he is with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. He's the head coach of Tompkins High School football out there in Katy, Texas. Todd McVey is with us. Todd, how are you, man?
I am doing well. I appreciate you guys having me on.
Well, it's good to talk to you, and I would imagine it's seeing any of your kids go on to do great things, whether it's at the college level, the next level after high school, and then even the pro. It's got to feel like a proud papa moment. Even I know it's not your son, but it's got to feel pretty good, and there's got to be a sense of pride, I would imagine, right?
Well, it is, and like you said, we call all of them our sons here, and family, forget about me, I love you is our mindset here, and so yeah, I mean, I was like a little kid when I heard his name, and I was sitting there with my wife, and it was a surreal moment and very excited. And the whole community here, the school, is happy for Jalen, and because everybody here knows the work and the blood and the sweat that he's put in to get to where he is, and we're super proud of him.
I think if there was texting when I got drafted, I would have texted Joe Max Sellers, my high school football coach. But we didn't have that back then. So what did you hear from him, Todd? Did you get a chance to interact with him or text with him at least on the day of the draft?
Well, we've been texting back and forth the last few weeks, and we talked to FaceTimed a while back too, and just talking about the process and that, so of course that night, those couple of days up to our led, hey, good luck, praying for you and everything else. And then that night, it was just a round of all of us coaches and former players were just talking about it. I'm sure we were all sending messages at the same time, how happy we were. I actually had a Seahawk hat at the house. It was awesome. Got to take a picture with that. Because we had obviously have no idea where they're getting drafted. And so very excited. But he did text me, I think it was the day or day after, and he left a message. And it is, Jalen's a high-energy kid, and that might be in the first time I could hear like a little bit of, he was worn out. You know how that process is. It's a lot, the ups and downs. And I could hear in his voice like he needed some sleep. But he was so excited and very appreciative of my messages to him, and I'm sure everybody else's messages to him, and the support for him and for him and his family. So yeah, that was pretty cool. And we shot him pictures of on the TV and with the Seahawks hat. So it was fun.
Hey, one of the things I think when he was drafted, I was like, well, number one, I think you're going to be able to develop a good quarterback here. But in the meantime, just because of the New Orleans offensive coordinator, Clint Kubiak coming here and the way that they have used the quarterback in that situation. And I said to one of the Seahawks coaches, I'm like, yeah, and maybe you can just put him in some packages and things like that. And he's like, no, we're going to use him as a weapon. And I was like, that's a much better way. But did your mind kind of go there because of Taysom Hill and what they did there in New Orleans and the coaching staff here in Seattle?
Well, I think it's like anything else. And I'm a former quarterback, and obviously we try to develop our quarterbacks here. And I always look at the NFL like this: everybody's all pro on defense, right? I mean, there's only 500 and something number. They're all really good, and so it's a chance to learn. And if it's packages where you get to see it a little slower, I think that benefits any quarterback. We've all seen quarterbacks thrown in right away, and it's tough early. I think the package game, if that's something they're going to use him for, obviously, everybody looks at Jalen's legs, and yes, he can run, he's fast. But we watched him here since 8th grade, and watching him play quarterback and deliver some balls that you just kind of go, wow, and you listen to Coach Saban, when he was on there talking about it, there are all kinds of things that he can still continue to develop as a quarterback. And because we could only do so much as high school coaches, right? And his senior year was COVID. So nobody realizes that he stayed home that year. We basically had him up here for quarterback meetings in the morning, and then he had to be home because of COVID rules. And so everything was kind of like either text or something. And, he had an outstanding year. We won the district that year. So, again, he'll improve through college. He'll improve in the pros, and the talent is there. It's just, I quit warming up with him after his sophomore year, and I played quarterback. I can't catch this ball anymore. I'm done. And we even put a warm-up system in pregame for our receivers just to get used to his, the hitting the hands. Yeah. We still use it to this day. And so I think some type of package, those guys have been, they're, pretty good football coaches there in Seattle. So they're going to do a good job of, I think, utilizing his skill set. Because obviously the number one thing for them on Sundays is a W. So if he helps in that aspect of it, I think it's great. His charisma and his leadership is going to stand out first and foremost anyway. So I think it's going to be beneficial to the Seahawks to look at that and see how they use him.
Coach, is he the player you thought he would be by this point in his career? I know you saw him as a young kid, as you talked about, and obviously you saw something in him that led you to believe he could be very good. But as you see him now, and he's far from a finished product, certainly, but what he does well, what he maybe doesn't do well, is this kind of how you saw it going, or is he better than you thought he would be? How does he stack up to your expectations?
Well, I think it's like you said, watching him grow and how he works on all the little things. I was just telling the players the other day when he was here, if he missed a flat route, he was like on the practice field when everybody went home with his dad, and his dad was running that route so he could just practice that throw. And, now I got at his dad about dropping some balls, but other than that, it was a pretty good time. He's like, walked by and said, a better athlete would have caught that ball, but I left it right there, right? But, when Jalen was, I think everybody remembers this, he was supposed to go to Texas first, and then Coach Herman got let go, and so Sarkisian was coming there, so we went to Bama, and like I told him, I said, listen, you're getting coached by one of the elite coaches ever. And I said, the things you're going to learn there are going to be so valuable because it just is. And you're going to learn more than just the X's and O's. It's the other part. And I still go back to, when he got benched that game early on, I guess it was his junior year. So I'm all discombobulated when it was, but he got benched. And I remember texting him, and I got a message a couple days later. He was going through his mental process with that. But, I think it helped him see things like it's not that he wasn't, but how some things help you more than they hurt you. And I think his team, the way he responded, and he was all about those other quarterbacks in the game, and that's just who Jalen is. It really helped him in a growth moment of, really, we're all appreciative of what we had until it's taken away. And then it hits you. And it kind of wakes you up, and I think that was one of those good moments for any player when we go through the adversities. I loved how he responded to it. I just did, and that said so much about being in the program. But Coach Saban has high standards, and you guys know he doesn't play, and to earn the job back is probably one of the most proud things I have for him. And so I think he's just going to continue, like you said, to develop from that because the adversities are where they all learn. It's not the good stuff; it's the bad stuff. And Jay, his junior year to his senior year, he just grew in those things. And when something was bad, he kept responding. And I told him that's what an elite player does. They don't get down on themselves; they just keep playing hard until. I always say that you play hard until the clock runs out. And if we're on the short end of it, fine. But at least we left it on the field. And that's Jalen. Like if we got the ball back here with time on the clock and we have him back there, we felt really good about it. So. I don't think that's changed in his time at Alabama either.
Well, Coach, we're excited to see what becomes of him at the pro level here for the Seattle Seahawks. Fans are very excited about his emergence here. So congratulations to you again. You got to be full of pride seeing where he's landed and how he's done, and hopefully that trajectory continues. Thanks so much for taking a few minutes with us. We really appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys. Go Seahawks.
All right. There you go. Todd McVey, Tompkins High School football head coach out there in Katy, Texas. He was Jalen Milroe's head coach and very, very proud as a head coach to see what's happening with Jalen.
I'm thinking he could have gone on another 30 minutes straight talking about his guy here. Now, you can hear the pride, and that is awesome. Yeah. I love that. I always stayed in touch with my high school football coach. That's great.
All right. Coming up, the Seahawks finally took a guard in the first round. We're going to break down what we think about Grey Zabel in that pick. Coming up next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The draft.
It's a cool day in Seahawks history.
Is in the books, and we're breaking down every pick and how the Hawks came out of their most important draft in years.
Get a difference maker, and they got him.
Nick Emmanwori. Kind of a Swiss Army knife kind of a dude.
Jalen Milroe.
Wow. This dude is a home run hitter.
However, Jalen deserves and earns the right to go out there, then we'll do that.
Exclusive insider content on the Seattle Sports app and YouTube, and the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
LeeJohnson.com is a dynamic research tool.
We want to give the customer enough information to where they don't have to go anywhere else to research any of the questions they have. And if they want more information, we'd love to be there to help. We don't want them to feel like they're dependent on emailing us or texting us or calling us just to get the information they need. So we put it all out there. We call them digital retailing tools, big fancy calculators where you can get in there and change the terms and change the payments and change the cash down. And it'll give you a disclosure of, hey, when you do this, this means here. And a consumer can get on there and do a lot of this themselves. And then if they choose to get us involved, we can actually get involved on the backside of it and help them along the way. We want to give the consumer the same tools that we have and let them understand what we understand.
Yup, that's pretty much what you'd expect. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places that I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news to stats to placing bets in a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
There's nothing better than having a big fish on your line. You'll hear that sound a lot at Queen Charlotte Lodge. Experience a luxury resort, breathtaking wildlife, spectacular wilderness, and amazing fishing at Queen Charlotte Lodge in British Columbia. Reserve now for peak king salmon runs and plentiful halibut this May and June. At Queen Charlotte Lodge, it's fishing first class. Go to fishqcl.com. That's fishqcl.com. And remember, our dollar is worth $1.40 north of the border.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Coming up at 3 o'clock, Ryan Rowland-Smith will join us for his weekly conversation, talking about a red-hot Mariner team, first place Seattle Mariner team. So stay tuned for that. Meanwhile, the Seahawks draft is in the books, and pretty much rave reviews, great grades coming from our texters. Their opinion means more than the analysts. Who cares what the analysts think? Who cares what Todd McShay thinks and all the people on NFL Network, all them? It's our texters. They've got it dialed in, and they are very happy, it seems, with the Seahawks draft. And it's still weird to me that we're that excited about a guard. I was excited. I'm not ripping anybody for being excited. It's what they needed. They needed a guard, and they went out and got a guard. It's just weird for that position of all to be like, yes, you got a guard. It just flies in the face of what you used to get excited about. But it's a need, a desperate need, and they go with Grey Zabel with number 18 overall. And he was speaking with the reporters after he was drafted and talked about how he's going to celebrate his being drafted by the Seahawks.
What do you do tonight? What do you do tomorrow before the Seahawks send you out here?
Man, I'm probably going to start diving into these bush lights and celebrate. have the 12-hour rule. We get to celebrate it for 12 hours when we get back to work. So I got an unbelievable crew here. My head coach, my offensive line coach, they're all down here, and a lot of friends and family. So high alert for Pierce, South Dakota. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna enjoy this tonight.
High alert for Pierce, South Dakota. Bush Light, is that what he said?
Yes.
Is that the beer?
So I went across the street over by Dino's and went to the 405 market there.
Yeah.
And picked up a six-pack of Bush Light Talls.
Did you really?
Yeah, just to give them, and I sent you guys a picture of it, but I was like, remember we went on that fishing trip, Matt? And there was the one fisherman, his name was Nils, I think, and he had imported like 5 cases of Bush Light.
Of all the beer in the world, you just got drafted. Why Bush Light?
He's a starving college kid.
Staying true to his roots, I guess.
Probably
That's
not.
fair.
Probably not.
Is that considered like poor man's beer or cheap beer?
I thought it was quite refreshing, as Mike Lefko likes to say. Very refreshing. So, yeah.
Pretty refreshing.
Isn't that what you want from an offensive lineman? What are you going to do? I'm going to go dive into some Bush Lights.
Bush Light and go nuts in South Dakota.
No, seriously, looking at this guy, and first of all, like one of the things, this isn't something that the Seahawks did just because, we need a guard or any kind of pressure or anything. One of the things John always says is we grade for us. We grade for us, not the rest of the NFL. So they have a different grading system. And it was very clear that Grey Zabel was their number one guard because, and we talked about it when we were doing our coverage, Bob, the kid, Tyler Booker.
Yeah.
From Alabama. He was more of a power guy. And the way Schneider, explained it was, he was like, he's kind of one of those post and pull gap scheme guys. Whereas you look at Grey Zabel, he's got speed and he's got a lot of, athletic ability. So when they run that wide zone, I mean, sometimes you look at the guards are like turning and sprinting practically in that offense. And he fit the mold. And then, the other thing about him is at the Senior Bowl, and this was one story John told me about how, he played when they were doing the one-on-ones, he was kind of pushing his way to the front. Like he wanted to be in there, and he did one-on-ones at every position. So he did the center, both guards, both tackles, and he just wanted to work. And that's something that really stood out to them. But also, you look at like his combine, I think he has the third, which this doesn't matter how high you can jump, but he has the third highest vertical, and that just means he's explosive.
Yeah.
He's strong, explosive, but then I think you get to a certain point where like everybody is physically capable of playing this game, but who really wants it and who loves it? And that's the thing that you find out about him is that he's just a grinder, loves football.
Well, he was on with Brock and Salk, and he was asked how he feels about the scheme you were talking about, that we're running that outside zone scheme.
Love it. I love it. I was fortunate enough. Coach Polsek came from Iowa, and he was a firm believer in outside zone this past year at North Dakota State. So being able to kind of translate that, and the biggest part is use your athletic ability to go and play ball and get out and run a little bit in outside zone. So I'm super excited to be a part of the Seahawks and the scheme that they do, and hopefully get to kind of continue to showcase what I have.
You know what my comp would be, and probably a lot of people don't remember him, Bruce Matthews. Mm-hmm. Bruce Matthews was a center, a guard, and a tackle. He was a Pro Bowl at all three. And I happened to play against him a couple of times when he was playing guard. And one of the things about him was balance. He was so balanced. Like I would try to come downhill and try to really crack a guard and knock him back. You couldn't do that to him. But then those guys typically that you couldn't do that to, you could put a spin move in, you could duck a block. You couldn't do that with Bruce Matthews. He was so balanced. It's like you try to hit him really hard and he's going to absorb it. You try to go around him. He's quick enough, and that's what I see in Grey Zabel. And that's pretty lofty and maybe unfair because he's a Hall of Famer. But that's kind of what I see from him. And then you add in there the nastiness and, that he wants to bury people.
Yeah.
That's his personality.
Well, and he's a guy who certainly, again, filling a need. He was the obvious pick there. And Daniel Jeremiah on the NFL Network's draft broadcast gives his analysis on the strength of Grey Zabel.
He plays with bend, he plays with balance, and he plays with excellent body control. He's very firm and strong with his base. He can kick out and cover up speed rushers. He has the athleticism to redirect back inside. Just a very smart, savvy, athletic player with the versatility to line up just about anywhere along the line of scrimmage. He is a day one starter, and I think he's one of the safest players in this year's draft.
All right, day one starter, safe player. Where should he? Do you think that he's more beneficial at the left guard spot because that's going to be the blind side of the quarterback, or would you put him at the right guard, or does it matter to you?
Yeah, he's played all five. I think he's played both left guard and right guard. So, I mean, to me, you look at who do you have on the other side, and then, does it matter? I mean, that's interesting because remember we talked to Mark Schlereth because we've had Damian Lewis. Remember we asked him, he switched and he got worse.
Yeah.
He had a worse year, and he told us it didn't matter. If you ask Mark Schlereth, who played guard, he said it absolutely was hard going from one side to the other. So it just depends on, but it doesn't seem to bother him at all. So I feel like whatever side he's on, he's just going to, execute what he does best, and that's that balance I was talking about, and same thing that Daniel Jeremiah was talking about. So to me, wherever he's needed and wherever he's comfortable.
All right, coming up, a lot's happened with the Mariners since we last spoke with this guy. Rowland-Smith is going to join us next. This is Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
The draft.
It's a cool day in Seahawks history.
Is in the books, and we're breaking down every pick and how the Hawks came out of their most important draft in years.
Get a difference maker, and they got him.
Nick Emmanwori, kind of a Swiss Army knife kind of a dude.
Jalen Milroe.
Wow. This dude is a home run hitter.
However, Jalen deserves and earns the right to go out there, then we'll do that.
Exclusive insider content on the Seattle Sports app and YouTube, and the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Polanco and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like fences. A house with a big yard and a white picket fence was always the dream. But then you saw the price to install a fence and you're wondering if the color is driving the price up. Nobody ever dreams of a beige or a gray picket fence, right? So maybe those fences are cheaper. But no, they're not. Then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds and make all your dreams of a fence come true. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-885-7700. 800-885-7700.
Riverside Roofing is offering $1,000 off a new roof replacement. Book a free estimate online, and when you meet with Brandon, that's Don's son, tell him you heard the message on the radio station. Go to riversideroofingllc.com. It's Riverside Certified Roofing, the roofing company you can trust.
Friends of Waterfront Park is announcing the Meet Me at Waterfront Park 5K on May 31st. Kick off a season of celebrations leading up to the grand opening of Waterfront Park with this all-abilities race. Experience Seattle's reimagined waterfront and be a part of history with this first ever 5K at Waterfront Park. Presented by Brooks Running, Seattle's new Waterfront Park is being built for you. Come and enjoy it. 5K registration and full schedule of events at waterfrontparkseattle.org. Brought to you by Friends of Waterfront Park.
The Oki Golf Platinum Players Card is the best value in golf, with 7 prepaid rounds, discounted guest passes, and green fees. And now through April 30th, Oki Golf is offering 1 free bonus round with purchase of the Platinum Players Card. Visit okigolf.com today to secure yours.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the Cleveland Browns will not exercise quarterback Kenny Pickett's fifth-year option. That, according to ESPN today. Pickett was the 20th overall pick of the Steelers in the 2022 NFL Draft, but was traded to the Eagles last offseason. In March, the Browns sent the Eagles a 2025 fifth-round pick and quarterback Dorian Thompson-Robinson to acquire Pickett. He's got 1 year remaining on his rookie deal with a fully guaranteed $2.6 million salary. Meanwhile, taking a look at your baseball scoreboard, Mariners with the day off today before they begin a brief 2-game set with the Angels starting tomorrow. Right now, they're in the top of the 7th in Washington, where the Mets are up 6-0 on the Nationals. Game still to come. Guardians hosting the Twins. It'll be the Yankees on the road in Baltimore. Reds playing host to the Cardinals. A's taking on the Rangers in Texas. The Astros hosting the Tigers. Braves on the road taking on the Rockies. And the Dodgers hosting the Marlins.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
I actually talked about it on You Betcha on the podcast.
He is an unrivaled source of baseball knowledge.
Anyway, what were we talking about?
A guy who always has your back.
Pants back on, try and make the uniform look sweet in a split second. Come out, and I'm trying to open the door. I'm like, what the? And I said, listen, buddy, put your babysitting shoes on, because Dad's going out for Father's Day. You got to watch Top Gun.
Ryan Rowland-Smith, every week with Wyman and Bob.
That's the open right there.
It is that time, everybody. We talk to him each and every week here with Wyman and Bob. He joins us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Ryan Rowland-Smith is with us. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing fantastic. How you fellas?
We're doing great. We're talking about a first-place Seattle Mariner team. How about that? This team just continues to find ways to get it done. It's just, I want to get your take on the 2 young pitchers we've seen. We've seen Emerson Hancock, who we saw a number of times last year, and he's, since that first disastrous start, he's been really good his last 2. Yeah. And then we saw Logan Evans make his debut, goes 5 innings, gives up just 2 runs. What's your does that provide any level? And I know it's early. We're talking about a 1 start from Evans, and we've seen that Hancock a few times. Does that give you any comfort looking forward with the idea that they're not going to be able to re-sign all 4 of these guys? Talking about, Gilbert and Kirby and Bryce and Wu. So assuming you lose 2 of them, seeing what's in the pipeline, did this give you any level of comfort? Like, okay, should that happen, when it happens, we're going to be okay?
Yeah, I think, first of all, the Mariners, we talked about this during spring training, have, it depends on who you ask, whether it's the number 1 farm system, top 5 farm system, top 3 farm system, but across the board, really, really strong. But the one thing that kind of stood out is when you look at the minor league system, you looked at it in regards to the big prospects, and they're all offensive players, and you're like, well, where's the pitching? Where are the pitching reinforcements? And I haven't gone as deep into thinking about locking guys up or losing guys as much just recently. I'm, kind of focused on some of this good offense we're seeing at the moment. But it was nice to see, a 12th round draft pick in Logan Evans, who, by the way, if you look at his college numbers, I mean, he was terrible. And the Mariners really took a big chance by even drafting him in the 12th round. And I know it's about stuff and everything else, but, man, that was refreshing to see that for a couple reasons. But first of all, Emerson Hancock, who, we've talked about on the show a couple times more lately, and then at the end of last year, he has a really big chance to be a guy who, if he can just get that option with 2 strikes, we've talked about that a bunch, man, with the command and the sink and change up early in counts, he's got weapons to make him really good. And then you look at that and say, all right, well, you've got the 5 starters who, if you look into a crystal ball and say you can't lock them up, well, then what are the reinforcements? But then you see Logan Evans yesterday, and it's just, again, it goes back to this situation the Mariners have where they can pump out pitching from a foundational standpoint, I'm telling you, better than any other team. And what I mean by that is this. If you can get a Logan Evans, young kid who was, all over YouTube and Twitter in high school just trying to chase stuff, and he gets drafted and he's just a thrower. You get him into a system, he looks up and says, okay, guys are in the big leagues. Their strike percentage is through the roof. They pinpoint what part of the strike zone they're going to attack, and then everything goes off that. They win counts, all these little things that I'm telling you, sometimes it is eyewash, man. Sometimes you have some minor league director saying, oh, yeah, you have to do the Mariners' way of doing things, whether it's offense, pitching, or dominate the zone. It can sometimes sound like some little slogan, but when you have like I said, when you have a kid, when you look at his college numbers and what he looked like when he was in college, to buy in like that, I'm telling you, man, there's more reinforcements beyond Logan Evans because they do things right on the pitching side. So very refreshing. And to your point as well, look, you're not going to be able to keep all these guys, and there's going to be injuries involved. We're seeing that at the moment. So it was refreshing, man, to see the progression from a kid just a couple of years ago to where he's at now. And he was polished. He looked really good.
Yeah, you had a conversation with some of the relievers, and they were talking about some of the things in the bullpen that the Mariners do that is so great as far as coaching goes. But as far as just the whole thing in general, like you said, they just have a way of developing pitchers, and they have an eye for talent. And what can you identify? Is there a person or some way that they're looking at pitchers that's different than everybody else?
Yeah, well, I think what helps. And you got George Kirby to thank. You got Brian Wu to thank. Logan Gilbert even. And I'm not going to throw Bryce Miller because I think he was looking at those guys saying, oh, man, okay, I get it. Stuff-wise, I'm all good. I'm good enough to pitch in the big leagues. And by the way, there's hundreds of those guys who are in AA and AAA across every organization. But you look up and say, oh, I see what goes on here. The organization I'm in, if I can win this 1-1 count, in other words, if I go 1-2, way higher percentage than I go 2-1. It sounds pretty obvious. But what the Mariners do a really good job in doing is beyond just throwing a fastball down the middle to get into a good count, they identify and say, all right, your best secondary pitch to throw strikes at a comfort level where you are extremely confident can get you to a 1-2 count way better than this pitch or this location to get you to a 2-1 count. And guess what? When you get to a 1-2 count, I'm going to show you in front of you, this is how your numbers are going to look as opposed to being in 2-1 counts. Now, that seems really simple. It's not. I'm telling you right now, it's not. Because when you're a young pitcher, and I'll talk about the bullpen guys in just a second, but when you're coming up through the system, you're like, yeah, okay, I'll throw gas, throw 96, 97. All right, I throw this really good breaking ball because the TrackMan says so. Yet, if you don't have confidence or you get 60 feet away from you, that kid just crushes it in A-ball, and you're kind of guessing, so, oh, maybe my slider's not that good, or maybe this pitch isn't that good. Then all of a sudden you're in a system that says, actually, you know what? This pitch is really good. However, when you throw it in this count, this is why it's getting hit. And you can identify that. And then, by the way, you look up and say, oh, okay, well, it worked for Bryce Miller, who's just above me. It obviously worked for George Kirby, Brian Wood. They're strike throwers. I kind of need to start throwing strikes. I don't need to be nasty anymore. I need to win. I'm going to win this battle by winning counts. With all that being said, I remember being a young pitcher, and I was lucky. I was a lefty. Wasn't throwing super hard, but I was chasing velocity because I had to and because I enjoyed it. But I was lucky because when I was in A-ball, when I was 18, 19, we had like Jamie Moyer, John Halama, like dudes. I'm like, man, they can get away with throwing like 85 with a good changeup. Guess what? Every lefty in the organization, they could pitch inside like those guys could. A lot of them didn't have plus velocity. Would give them more chances because of the dudes in the big leagues. You had to learn how to throw a changeup. You had to learn how to get into good counts, all those things, because you look up and say, oh, they're the guys who are above me right now. And I think that's what's happened with the Mariners in the last 2 to 3 years.
So what do you make of the offense we're seeing? This team's at plus 15 run differential, the best in the division. back-to-back weeks with the player of the week. It was Dylan Moore. Now it's Jorge Polanco, who's just on an absolute tear, only hitting from the left side. J.P. Crawford is absolutely scorching hot. I mean, it's just let me ask you about J.P. quickly, because I put this question out to our listeners. Would you move him back into that leadoff spot right now, considering how hot he is, or are you just like, I don't want him? He was hitting ninth. They had him in the sixth spot yesterday. Would you just leave it alone and just it's not broke, so don't fix it, or what would you do?
I think, first of all, a couple things. I would say no. The reason why is I'm going to contradict myself here a little bit. JP, when he was hitting in that 9-hole, and we're talking every day, not platooning, not if, hey, there's left on left, sorry, take a seat, we're going to get a righty in there. When you have him in that 9-hole, what happens is when you're pitching against a lineup that has a J.P. Crawford-style hitter in the 9-hole, what happens is you're not just going to beat him with stuff or get in a good count, and you're just going to get weak contact. He makes you throw 5 to 6 pitches literally every time. I mean, and this is Mariners. You know, they lead the league in 3-ball counts. It's ridiculous. But J.P. gets you to a place, and we saw this against Garrett Crochet, man, who plus stuff back in Boston. You have to make pitches, because guess what? All of a sudden the lineup turns over, and then you got to. I know Julio's struggling, in this lineup. I get it, but Julio's no fun to face. And then on top of that, you got Polanco behind him and Cal Raleigh, right? So you get to that 9-hole. You're like, all right, just make your pitches, and you're going to be good. Weak contact, getting out. You can't do that with JP. It makes such a difference when at the bottom of the lineup, and we've seen it with this team, that when you have the number one, the at-bats where you 5 or 6 pitches and you're getting absolutely exhausted, makes such a difference to the quality of pitches at the top of the lineup, number one. But number two, I think with JP, he slid up to the 6th hole yesterday. The reason he was able to do that is because Leo Rivas is basically a little mini JP. He's like an on-base machine. It's ridiculous. The difference, the chase percentage and the take percentage with Leo Rivas is night and day from last year. I mean, he's cut, though. I'm not saying cut in half. I mean, he's done better than that on the chase percentage. But when you have Leo Rivas, all of a sudden you can go, okay, hold on a minute. Now we can start messing with JP a little bit. But I do like him down the bottom of the lineup. I just think that he's more consistent than some of these other guys in regards to getting those deep counts. And I think that makes such a tougher job for starting pitchers. And we've seen it, man. We've seen Garrett Crochet. I'll go back to Brian Bayer that night. We saw Max Meyer, who, by the way, yesterday with the Marlins, he's punched out 14 the outing before that. Mm-hmm. He couldn't get through 4 innings. The reason why is because some of these at-bats, and especially when you're going deep into that lineup. So I think you leave JP where he's at.
Anyone that you're concerned about? Bob was just bringing up Trent Thornton, who has given up some home runs lately.
5.
Any level of I wasn't gonna mention the number.
Leads the team.
But yeah, is he it, or is there anything to be worried about there?
Yeah, I think that I'm not worried about Trent Thornton, and I'll get to a couple offensive guys here in a minute. Trent Thornton, I think, because, look, bullpen arms, they go through these 1 or 2 or 3 outings or 5 home runs, if you want to throw them under a bus. And then all of a sudden they go through.
He's only pitched 11 in the 3rd innings. He's given up 5 home runs.
I know, man. But you know what? There's flashes of what we may see once everything sort of levels out. Like, look at Colin Snyder, man. If you looked at him at the beginning of the year, I mean, you were close to saying, I might have to DFA this dude. Now all of a sudden he's figured it out. So bullpen, I've been there before, where you give up a batch of home runs, whatever, and then you kind of figure some stuff out. And it just takes 1 or 2 pitches. So by the way, there's reinforcements too. Matt Brash is coming back soon. Troy Taylor is going to get consistent. So I'm not too worried about the bullpen. Offensively, man, I just really want to see some patterns out of Julio Rodriguez, which are on the plus side, if you know what I'm saying. Like, some of the things like the aggressiveness, he's swinging a ton at first pitches. The ground ball rate is high again. He's back to where he's hitting so many balls on the ground. He's got 10 strikeouts where it's lasted 3 pitches. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I'm looking at some of these numbers from Julio, I'm like, man, come on. We want to see, and we talk about this all the time, and someone asked me, hey, look, can the Mariners get it done if Julio Rodriguez is just okay? And I don't think so. I think when he goes off, we all know what happens to the offense. I want to see Julio where it's just this consistent. You get a mistake, you crush it. And we're just not seeing that. Some of the swing and miss inside the strike zone is through the roof as well. So just some patterns I'm seeing where it's like, man, it's again, we talk about the start. I know it's still early. We're still, 28th of April, still the first month in the season. But, man, the chase, the swing and miss on secondary pitches. He's chased 38% of breaking balls. That's up there. That's one of the highest. I can go down the list of just some of the patterns we're talking about beyond the numbers with Julio. Man, I'd love to see him get to a place where everything's comfortable, quiet. He made some adjustments with his swing. I hate it when he goes back and forth with that swing. Just be an athlete. But yeah, that's one thing. I'm hoping it can break out of this sooner rather than later.
Ryan, that's the first time that you have brought that up first before us.
What's that?
Julio.
Well, I'm always glass half full with him. I just watching him and just diving into some of the other numbers, especially from the patterns of the approach, the swing decisions, the plate discipline, some of those numbers, man, it's like, come on, dude, you just back yourself a little bit more because he's so good. We know that, but yeah, I'm hoping he can figure this out. Can you imagine this offense if Julio just starts crushing balls, man? It'd be ridiculous.
Well, and I'm wondering from your perspective as a guy that's been in that clubhouse and you go over a film or you'll watch, what you're doing well, what you're not doing well. If we're sitting at home and I'm watching him at the plate going, they're going to bust him up and in with hard stuff, and then they're going to go off speed, low and away, and he's not going to handle either one of those. If I'm at home saying that, and that's what they're doing, and he's still chasing off speed, low and away off the plate. How is he not? Is he just not recognizing the pitches come when they're coming? He's not seeing the spin, or how do you explain him consistently doing that? And it's not just this season. We've seen that just kind of throughout his career. He just seems to be a sucker for off speed, low and away, and he can't cover a fastball up and in.
I think a couple things when I look at that. First of all, I don't mind him being aggressive, right? So I talked about him. And again, these are like predictable patterns when you're writing up a scouting report. So I always look at these hitters as if I'm facing them. Like, how would I pitch Julio? I know he's going to swing. Very high chance he's going to swing first pitch. Mm-hmm. He hasn't had any success really on the first pitch, except he hit that home run. I was like, wow, here we go. All right, this is good. Now you can't all of a sudden groove pitches early on the count. But then it gets to a place where it's like, all right, you can pitch him in. He can keep those hands inside. The contact is not going to be really good. So I can say this and say, all right, I can pitch him up and in here. I'm not going to, the result's not going to be great against, from his point of view. The minute I get to a minute I get to strike one, I can mess around and go 1-1, 2-1 because I can expand the strike zone on him. And then I know I'm going to get that swing and miss. So it's easier for me to get to 2 strikes. Once I get to 2 strikes, you can, you can expand against him. So, that when I'm looking at that now, Julio would own me when he's on with my stuff. I know that he's so athletic and so talented, so strong, and everything else. But when you start to dissect and pick apart a hitter, when you're facing him, and you're coming in the next day or a couple days later or whatever it may be, and you look at him and say, man, I can get to these, and I said this earlier, these predictable patterns. Man, it's not good. So I just think that he may be one swing away. He might be 3 for 4 or a one swing decision away where he doesn't chase that breaking ball, gets the fastball middle to change everything. Who knows? But I just think right now it's just a little bit too predictable. Where these other guys aren't, man. JP is not predictable. Jorge Polanco is not predictable. You can't throw a ball. If you're watching at home, that little square you see, which is the strike zone, if a white thing goes inside that, he is murdering that ball. Polanco is insane right now. It's ridiculous.
If a white thing goes in there.
I'm glad you put it in terms I could understand, Ryan. Hey, how'd your mock draft turn out?
You sound like you were from Minnesota.
I like it.
I was trying to sound like an American there.
Your mock draft.
Can you say that?
It's funny. I saw Lefko yesterday. Him and I did the post game after the game yesterday. But I rock up. He kind of big leagued me a little bit. I get to the game and say, "Hey, Mike, how you doing?" He's like, "Yeah, good." I'm like, "You're all right." And he goes, "Hey, man, look, I've been out of the loop. I've been working on the draft last couple of days. Yeah. We've been working hard." So as if to say, "Oh, sorry, bro. Like, sorry to bug you." I get it. You and your friends at the radio station. I get you guys have been smashing out that draft last few days. Sorry, I was just trying to say hi. It's like, all right, Lefko.
Yeah, you know better than to approach a man of his stature.
Yeah, he was too tired from the draft because he'd been working so hard from it.
He didn't have the energy to communicate with a common unwashed like you. Jeez, he's Mike Lefkoe.
Sorry to bore you with the baseball topic here.
Yeah.
That's what it was like.
Oh, good stuff, Ryan. We appreciate it. Keep crushing it on the broadcast. You're doing a great job, and always fun talking to you each week. Thanks so much, man.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate it.
There you go. There's Ryan Rowland-Smith. Our weekly conversation with Ryan is presented by Mazda of Everett. And again, a reminder, if you miss any of our show or you just want to go watch things again, you can check out our Wyman and Bob channel on the Seattle Sports YouTube page. You can search for Seattle Sports on all social media platforms to find segments like our conversations with Seahawks players, Mariner players, all of that's there for you. So good stuff from Ryan. Meanwhile, just getting back to the Seahawks here, Dave, and it's an interesting parallel with the Seahawks, where I brought this up over the weekend or earlier in the week when we were doing the draft, that this mirrors what they did with Russell, in that the year they drafted Russell, they signed Matt Flynn, who was their big offseason, the free agent quarterback. They paid him $15 million. He was going to be the guy. And then they take a flyer on a third-round quarterback who's undersized, and all right, let's see what he does. And lo and behold, he becomes your starter, and we know how the rest goes from there. Now you fast forward to this year, they sign a free agent quarterback who's set to be your starter in Sam Darnold. And then they take a flyer on a third-round quarterback in Jalen Milroe. And I'm not saying history's going to repeat itself, but it's pretty interesting that they're not one to go out and get these quarterbacks on the free agent market very often.
Yeah.
The last time they did something to that extent, financially speaking, was Matt Flynn. And that was the Russell Wilson year. And now you look forward to this, or fast forward to this, and it's a repeat. Not saying, again, it's going to turn out the same way, but kind of interesting that they commit to a guy in the free agent market, and then they draft a kid in the third round who we don't know what he's going to be.
Yeah, I think Russ was a lot more developed quarterback than Milroe, I think is the difference. The other thing is, I'd be very curious if they did not have the offense that they have, where they, might use a running quarterback, and if they would have taken him, or would they have taken a guy? Because I think they're always looking to develop a quarterback. But the cool thing about this is that they do have that. And, so, I think it's a good parallel, no question about it. But I think Milroe is a little bit more, I feel like you can use him right away. I talked to somebody with the Seahawks, and I was like, so can you develop this guy and then still put him in a package or anything? He's like, no, we're going to use him as a weapon. Use that word instead of putting him in a package that that you run out there. And so I think actually, Milroe, I think he might get some reps this year. But I do think it's interesting that you have a guy that you drafted and that you might put some time into it and developing him. Maybe it's totally different coaching right now than it was back then.
Right.
But I'm all for it, man. Look, it's the most important position. It really is. And if you can, somehow turn this kid into anything close to a Lamar Jackson, because he has really good run skills, then it would just be a home run. Absolutely. But I think they're in a great position there. And I think it was a really interesting choice there. And I think the other thing we're going to start to find out about this kid, and you heard his high school coach gushing about him, is what a great football guy he is. He's just a good personality, a good guy you want on your team, a leader, a guy with a great personality, all of that. So this is pretty cool. Yeah, and I think it's an interesting parallel there that you brought up. But I don't know. I'm not sure if it might take a while for him. Whereas with Russ, he was ready to go, man.
Yeah.
Happened in the preseason.
All right, coming up, Logan Evans made his debut yesterday, and we'll talk about what it means for this Mariners rotation. Coming up next with Wyman and Bob, this is Seattle Sports on 710.
The draft.
It's a cool day in Seahawks history.
Is in the books, and we're breaking down every pick and how the Hawks came out of their most important draft in years.
Get a difference maker, and they got him.
Nick Emmanwori, kind of a Swiss Army knife kind of a dude.
Jalen Milroe.
Wow. This dude is a home run hitter.
However, Jalen deserves and earns the right to go out there, then we'll do that.
Exclusive insider content on the Seattle Sports app and YouTube, and the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Riverside Roofing is offering $1,000 off a new replacement right now. That's huge. $1,000 off. Quite the incentive for homeowners to book their roof replacement right now. It's Mike Salk here, and it really is a great time to do it. These days are getting long, right? Sunsets after 8 o'clock. Crews can get your roof done quick. So take advantage now before demand spikes this summer, making those repairs costly and time-consuming as well. Here's what you got to do to claim your $1,000 off from Riverside Roofing. Book a free estimate from the website, riversideroofingllc.com. And then you'll meet with Brandon, that's Don's son. Just tell him you heard the message here on the radio station. $1,000 back in your pocket, and yes, a brand new roof over your head. And while you're there, ask Brandon about their 35 years of local experience, GAF Master Elite certification, which puts them in the top 3% of roofers in the nation, and of course the catch-all system, which they use to keep your yard and driveway totally free of debris like nails or shingles. Go to riversideroofingllc.com. Remember, Riverside Roofing is the roofing company you can trust.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The Oki Golf Platinum Players Card is the perfect gift for your favorite golfer to welcome back spring. With 7 prepaid rounds at any public Oki Golf Course location, including the Golf Club at Newcastle and Washington National Golf Club, along with 7 50% off guest passes and unlimited discount fees, the Players Card is the best value in golf. And now through April 30th, Oki Golf is offering 1 free bonus round with purchase of the Platinum Players Card. Visit okigolf.com today to secure one for you and your golfing loved one this April.
My wife and I have been married for over 15 years, and I've never had any complaints about my performance in the bedroom. But after I turned 40, things started feeling different. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and I just wasn't interested in sex anymore. My wife told me her friend's husband went through the same thing, and it turns out he had low testosterone. So we booked a free T-check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that my testosterone levels were low too. We worked with a provider to create a custom treatment plan, and today my wife and I are having more fun than we did on our honeymoon. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
Dave Wyman here for my friends at Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for the past 23 years. I'm really excited to work with Harley Exteriors because they're my kind of people. I had Ray, Chris, and Nick out to my house just to see what they could do for us. You see, we've been in the same house for 24 years, and virtually every window in our home has a broken seal. Harley Exteriors has an exclusive high-quality Euro vinyl Olympic Series window manufactured right here in Washington, and these windows are designed specifically for homes in the Pacific Northwest, helping to maximize energy, efficiency, and beauty. It's a window you can trust to last the life of your home. Very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Through April, buy 1 window and get the second for 40% off. Harley Exteriors are big fans of the station, and they're excited to work with our listeners, and I'm proud to be working with Ray, Chris, and Nick. It's a team you can get behind. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine, and you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well, and your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Mariners get a big win yesterday to win their 6th series in a row. They're sitting there in first place and due in large part yesterday to the debut of Logan Evans. Always cool to see a young guy make his debut, whether it's a pitcher or position player, and have some success. And you see them hanging out with their family, and they're, we saw Jen interviewing the family in the stands and doing all that kind of stuff. And I think we saw, was it Brad interviewing Williamson's family in the stands, I think?
Oh, yeah,
well.
in Cincinnati.
Yeah, it's just always cool to see the emotion of the family and how invested they are. It's cool. It's fun to watch.
I love that. I remember that with Brian Woo's family, and then same thing with Bryce Miller when he went down to Texas. So, yeah, it's really cool. And like we were just talking to Jalen, Milroe's high school football coach, they bring a lot of people with them, which is really cool, and it's a big support system. And yeah, Logan Evans, that was awesome.
Yeah, fun to watch, and we'll see how it goes. It's one game, but
do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Logan Evans.
Yeah,
it was awesome.
Cool. It was awesome. It was very awesome, and he talked about his approach after the game, going into his debut, and how much the veterans on that team helped him.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely helps a lot having support from them. But I felt like that was my approach today. Like the big thing for me was just like control my breathing, realizing it's the same game. I think it helped after the first pitch. I got a comebacker, and it kind of put me into that mode. But yeah, it was a good day.
Yeah, right out of the gates, he's having to field his position and make a play, and did a nice job. I mean, he's not perfect. It was a debut, but for him to go out there and recover from a home run and just sort of find his bearings out there, that'd be easy for a young guy to go out there and go, oh, geez, this is terrible already.
Yeah, remember Kevin Costner's description in Bull Durham, where he's talking about the stadiums are like cathedrals, and you get in batting practice white balls and all that. But it's got to be a huge intimidating thing. I think for a lot of football players making their debut, you're one of, I mean, unless you're the quarterback, I guess, but you're one of 11 guys out there, and you can kind of hide a little bit, but man, especially when you're a pitcher, I mean, out in the outfield, if you're making a debut, like maybe a ball comes to you, maybe it doesn't, but the pitcher, I mean, that's a lot of pressure, and he handled it really well. Man, that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, just 2 hits, gives up 2 hits. He walked 3. You like to see him, do better with that, but it's his debut. So for him to give up the home run and then just dial it in, not overreact, over-rotate, oh man, I got to be too fine with my pitches, and then you start aiming the ball and maybe he's leaving it over the fat part of the plate and getting rocked out there. He gives up 2 total hits, 3 strikeouts, 3 walks, 78 pitches, and just did a nice job, man. Really, really fun to see. And Dan Wilson after the game talked about, what it was he saw in his debut.
Logan Evans, I thought, pitched an outstanding ball game. A guy in his debut seemed very calm, very collected. He was in control of what he was doing the whole game, and I thought he pitched very well for his first time out. I don't think you could have told it was his first time out had you not known. I thought he pitched very well. Mixed all his stuff. That's what he does, and I think that's what makes him successful, and he was able to do that again today.
It's kind of like what we were talking about with JP stepping up all of a sudden, and then you've got Polanco crushing it. You had Dylan Moore with his week. That you don't. I mean, if you'd have said, hey, at this point in the season, Gilbert and Kirby are both going to be compromised in one way or another, and it sounds like for Gilbert, it's not as bad as what Kirby went through. Hopefully, but yeah, I mean that you're able to bring somebody in and he's able to just pick up where you left off. It's pretty impressive. It's always impresses me the pitching with the Mariners and the job that they do, just in general, whether it's bullpen or the starting rotation. They've done a fantastic job of not only selecting the right guys, but also just the development. I feel like, that's kind of the opposite of what has happened over the years we've talked about with the development of offensive linemen for the Seahawks. It's like they've drafted guys that have gone on to play other places, but for whatever reason, they haven't developed them here.
Yeah.
And so they do an amazing job that way. And I do think that a huge part of it is, Justin and Jerry finding the right guys and making the right selections. But also, once they get here, you just hear so many good things coming from, just as far as coach speak goes, from the bullpen coaches and the pitching coaches. It's been very impressive.
Well, they're consistent in that. Like with bullpen guys, we've talked about some of the guys they've brought up, whether it was Seawald or Topa or any of these other guys that you hadn't heard of, or maybe you looked at him and go, hey, he's older, and you looked at his numbers and went, that wasn't good.
Yeah.
Where they were before. They've just had that knack of turning those players into, all of a sudden, they're productive and they're guys you rely on. And you heard Ryan Rowland-Smith when we just talked to him. If you guys missed that conversation will be on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. But he talked about Logan Evans' numbers in college going, they were bad. He wasn't good. Yeah. And he thought it was a risk taking him in the 12th round. And much like they do with bullpen guys, they see something. Hey, I can work with this guy's got stuff we can work with. I'm ignoring the numbers. I'm just looking at what the stuff is. And they turn him into one of their high-end prospects. A 12th round pick who dazzled nobody in college by Ryan's estimation and thought 12th round might have been too high to take him. And now you're looking at him as one of your potential. We'll see. It's one start. You don't want to overreact to one start, but it was just good to see, what he was able to do, and maybe somebody that could be part of this rotation should, looking down the line at the four guys that are currently there with Gilbert, Kirby, Wu, and Miller. You're not going to sign all four. It's just way too much money. They're just not going to do it. So are you going to keep two of them? And then does it make you feel better to know, okay, Hancock's not electric like Wu is. He's not that. But he's pretty solid. He's just been a nice, solid starter. He's going to give you a quality start. He's going to keep you in the game. I know the first outing this year was terrible, but he's righted the ship since then. And then if Evans can be something similar or even better, do you start feeling better about the idea? I don't want to see any of those four go anywhere, certainly, but the idea that you can survive without them, I guess, is more the point.
Yeah, I remember when Emerson Hancock had his first outing this year. It was pretty bad, and
it was terrible.
Charlie Furbush came in here and he was like, "Hey, man, there's a lot of things to like, but yeah, no, look, I don't want to take anything away from I'm not trying to say this is just the system and it's the coaches and everything. These guys are obviously incredibly talented. I don't know, you talk about that starting rotation that hasn't been paid yet. I think the two that I have the most strong feeling and attachment to, well, I think everybody loves Logan Gilbert, but Brian Wu is the other one.
That was my guy coming out of spring.
I love Kirby, and he's great. He's efficient, really fun to watch. But I don't know, man. I mean, it does. Answering the question is seeing what Emerson Hancock has done and Logan Evans. Does that make you feel good? Like, hey, this isn't the end of it. It's not like this once in a lifetime type of deal with those four young guys. It's maybe a sign of things to come.
Hopefully, because, I'd love to keep all four because they're proven commodities at this level. You're looking at guys in the minors going, well, I hope they can be something at this level. We don't know. Yeah. So you've got the bird in the hand. You know what these guys can do. They've dominated at this level. Guys in the minors, hopefully they can be something similar or close. we'll find out. But it was just good to see, and I'm really happy for Logan Evans. And Mariners finished their homestand with a 2-game series, just a brief 2-game series with the Angels. Tuesday's a value game, so you got tickets starting at just $10 to go see your first place Seattle Mariners take on the hated Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim for $10. And Wednesday is a matinee. It's supposed to be great weather that day. 1:10 first pitch. So you can go to mariners.com/tickets for more info. But yeah, good time to get out to the ballpark and see this team while they're red hot right now in first place. A lot of fun out there. Meanwhile, there is one common trait that stands out across the Seahawks draft class. We're going to break that down coming up next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The draft.
It's a cool day in Seahawks history.
Is in the books, and we're breaking down every pick and how the Hawks came out of their most important draft in years.
Get a difference maker, and they got him.
Nick Emmanwori, kind of a Swiss Army knife kind of a dude.
Jalen Milroe.
Wow. This dude is a home run hitter.
However, Jalen deserves and earns the right to go out there, then we'll do that.
Exclusive insider content on the Seattle Sports app and YouTube, and the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Swedish Cyberknife is expanding. It's Dave Wyman here with some exciting news from our friends at Swedish. They're adding a second Cyberknife, so patients can now receive Cyberknife treatment at Swedish Cherry Hill and the First Hill campuses. And as many 710 listeners already know, Cyberknife is a non-invasive, non-surgical treatment for prostate cancer with proven results. Cyberknife uses advanced technology to track your slightest body movement while adjusting in real time to deliver radiation with extreme precision during the procedure. And the result, healthy surrounding tissue and organs are spared from radiation. The end result is excellent long-term cancer control and significantly reduced side effects. Compared with other radiation therapies, which sometimes last 6 to 9 weeks, the Cyberknife treatment period is typically only 5 days, and each session lasts less than an hour. So if diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/Cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-371-0505. 800-371-0505.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
There's nothing better than having a big fish on your line. You'll hear that sound a lot at Queen Charlotte Lodge. Experience a luxury resort, breathtaking wildlife, spectacular wilderness, and amazing fishing at Queen Charlotte Lodge in British Columbia. Reserve now for peak king salmon runs and plentiful halibut this May and June. At Queen Charlotte Lodge, it's fishing first class. Go to fishqcl.com. That's fishqcl.com. And remember, our dollar is worth $1.40 north of the border.
Michael Bumpus here, and golfers, how does a golf handicap level up your game? First, it levels the playing field so you can compete with golfers of any skill level. 2, shooting par isn't realistic for many of us, so a handicap can set achievable goals on your actual skill level. Lastly, tracking your progress helps you set goals towards improvement like I have. You can get a handicap index in 3 easy steps. Sign up for a handicap ID, post your scores, and after 3 18-hole rounds, you got it. To learn more, visit wagolf.org/710.
Swedish Cyberknife is expanding. Dave Wyman with exciting news from our friends at Swedish. They're adding a second Cyberknife. Patients can now receive Cyberknife treatment at Swedish Cherry Hill and First Hill campuses. As many 710 listeners know, Cyberknife is a non-invasive, non-surgical treatment option for prostate cancer with proven results. It uses advanced technology to track your slightest body movements while adjusting in real time to deliver radiation with extreme precision. Healthy surrounding tissue and organs are spared from radiation. The end result? Excellent long-term cancer control and significantly reduced side effects. Compared with other radiation therapies, which last 6 to 9 weeks, the Cyberknife treatment period is typically only 5 days, with each session lasting less than an hour. When diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/Cyberknife Prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Seahawks draft is in the books. You're going to hear from a couple of those draft picks coming up today. In case you're just tuning in, we're going to speak with Rylie Mills, their 5th-round pick, defensive tackle out of Notre Dame, will join us at 4 p.m., so that's about 15 minutes from now. Nick Emmanwori, who's a safety we're all excited to see, had a great conversation that we recorded with earlier today. You're definitely going to want to tune into that conversation. That's at 5 o'clock. And in between those two, Eric Edholm of NFL.com, lead draft writer, will join us at 4:30, get his take on how the Seahawks did, see if he's in agreement with the masses who are all pleased. And we had a bunch of grades coming in on our text line. People giving them A minus, very, very few points of criticism, which is rare for our listeners, Dave.
Well, I think
rare.
you could have just picked that guard in the first round and been done. Everybody would be, all right, that's
we
good.
won. We won. Yeah. So what is there anything in particular as in totality that stands out about this draft to you?
Yeah, here's what Schneider, I think, really wants. We talked a little bit with Brady Henderson about Jamal Adams.
Yeah.
You know, that like you had the Legion of Boom with kind of an edge, and then you got you had your defensive backfield, and they were talking about Tedrick Thompson and
Lano Hill,
and they're great guys and everything, just didn't have that edge. So
they didn't work.
Yeah, it didn't work out. But here's the 3 things I've heard from Schneider over the years, and heard it again this year. They want players that are nasty, smart, and they want to bury people. I think
Does that go with nasty?
That's just an emphasis.
Okay.
Of nasty.
Just even more nasty.
Yes.
Okay.
So I mean, and he puts it that way on purpose because, yeah, that's what football's all about, and especially when you're drafting down in the trenches. I mean, that was Steve Hutchinson. Like, he's not a real verbal guy, you know. I mean, I wouldn't say that Hutch is like friendly, you know, but like he's very serious about what he's doing, and he's an excellent person. But you know, on the field, he's kind of a, you know what? I mean, and that's exactly
he's not a nice fella,
not a nice guy. So, and that's exactly what you want. And I just think, and that doesn't mean just, being nasty and like, it's not like pushing somebody after the whistle or anything like that. It's just that I take it personally.
Yeah, playing with some ferocity.
Yeah, and it's like I don't want to just tackle this guy. I want to make him feel it, and that's what we heard from Nick Emmanwori, which we'll hear. So, I think that was the characteristic that they want. Or characteristics. I mean, they want smart guys. They want people that are really nasty on the field, and that's exactly what you want from every football player. But the thing I like about it is we're getting back to this is what really the NFL is all about and what football is really about. It's about punishing people, and it's about, wearing a guy down, like who can stand toe-to-toe, and especially in the offensive line, and just hit play after play after play and get better or stronger and not weaker. And that's really what it's about.
John Schneider this is on Saturday, talking about the common trait that stands out across the Seahawks draft class in his opinion.
Smart, tough, reliable, swaggy, athletic, speed. I mean, the GPS, we added a 275-pound fullback that runs 19 miles an hour. That's pretty cool, It's a lot of, what does Pat say? A lot of momentum heading downhill. Or
it's got some.
Pat Ward, shout out, Pat.
I like a nice swaggy draft class, Dave.
Yeah.
But smart, it encompasses everything you just put out there. I mean, swag, they got some edge to them, maybe some attitude, and we'll see who brings that. I would say based on our conversation, Emmanwori might be one of those guys who brings an edge, and maybe he's going to be a nice match with Devin Witherspoon, who certainly has an edge, an intensity to him. And getting back to what you brought up about Lano Hill, Tedrick Thompson, nice guys, not great players for this team. Didn't pan out. Wasn't a good fit. So, they've kind of corrected. Feels like, all right, we need that element to an extent back in this locker room.
Yeah, and remember, that had gone away from like the Legion of Boom. You remember the story about Richard Sherman picking off Russell Wilson in practice and then going over and handing him the ball and saying, "You suck."
Yeah.
I mean, that's what honestly what you need. Now, I think there was a little bit more going on there just because I think Pete kind of pampered Russ a little bit. And
I think there was a little resentment from the defensive guys.
Yeah. So, but I agree with Pete on that. I mean, come on, you got to treat your quarterback differently. But yeah, I think that's kind of what they're going to get back to. And you come off of the NIL thing and you think, oh man, these kids are all, they're driving fancy cars and everything, but you don't hear that from these guys. I mean, this is a group of guys that are just like, I love football. And I think that, maybe there was a little bit of a shock there for a while, just in general with some of the college kids, but you're finding out a lot more about them because they actually have money and they, what's important for them. So, yeah, I think you're getting kind of back to that for John, that kind of draft where you got guys that have an edge. Like there might be a few fights at practice.
I look forward to it.
Yeah,
that'll be great. The guy I'm most excited about is Emmanwori. In hearing his conversation with the media when he was talking about, he seemed a little annoyed, and just him saying, they're all on the list. They all made the list. I love it. I just love that intensity. And, we always talk about a manufactured chip on the shoulder, all that good stuff. I don't think it's manufactured. I think he's legitimately agitated. Feels like, you know what? I'm going to show you I was better than this draft position. I think he loves, obviously, excited to be with the Seahawks, but felt like he could have been a first-round pick or should have been a first-round pick. So I'm excited about him. I'm most curious about Milroe, just because it's unlimited potential. Does he realize it? Does that potential get realized and he becomes something great? Or is he going to be a guy we look at and go, well, he just never really panned out, or, somewhere in between? Who knows? He's a curiosity to me.
Well, and if he was any other position, you would want productivity out of him right away.
Yeah.
But because he's a quarterback, I mean, the NFL's starting to get back to that. Is it Drew May, the kid in New England?
May.
Drake. Yeah, they end up, holding him back a little bit last year, and he wasn't playing when we played him. We got Jacoby Brissett, I think. So, you see that they're starting to kind of go back that way as far as, but especially when you get one later in the draft, you got plenty of time. And they also fulfilled a lot of other needs. And a lot of people might have said, hey, you needed a corner there. Why didn't you get a corner? Nobody's saying that, just because they understand, I think for the most part, our fans understand that, the quarterback position is so vital.
Yeah.
That I love that they're just going to kind of maybe put this guy on the back burner, maybe develop him as a quarterback, but in the meantime, use him, as John said, as a weapon.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Interesting they took 2 tight ends. They took one in the 2nd round and took one in the 5th round. So you drafted 2 tight ends. You did draft 3 O-linemen. The one, I guess, if you wanted to say criticism, is you didn't get a cornerback.
Yeah.
But they signed is undrafted free agent. We'll see what they do there. But, yeah, all in all, very excited about what they did. Can't wait to see them unwrap the present, so to speak, and see, all right, how do they perform? How did they do? Meanwhile, we get a chance to catch up with a guy who was a member of this draft, their 5th-round pick, defensive tackle out of Notre Dame. Rylie Mills is going to join us next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The draft.
It's a cool day in Seahawks history.
Is in the books, and we're breaking down every pick and how the Hawks came out of their most important draft in years.
Get a difference maker, and they got him.
Nick Emmanwori.
Kind of a Swiss Army knife kind of a dude.
Jalen Milroe.
Wow. This dude is a home run hitter.
However, Jalen deserves and earns the right to go out there, then we'll do that.
Exclusive insider content on the Seattle Sports app and YouTube, and the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Windows are our home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Hey, Mike Salk here with special guest Ryan Rowland-Smith, and we love having Hyphen on the show to talk a little baseball, but today, talking about something a bit more personal, yet really exciting. Hyphen, share all the good news.
Thanks, Mike. Look, I've been hearing for about 2 years now how you did the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan and how you lost a ton of weight. I decided to see what the program was all about, and I'm so glad I did. So far, I've lost 30 pounds in just 60 days, and my only regret is not starting sooner.
Well, I'm happy for you. What's been the best part of the program so far?
Honestly, how simple it's been. There's no crazy exercises, no counting calories or scary shots or injections, no side effects or any of that stuff. I feel healthier, I'm sleeping better, I'm eating delicious meals, and the accountability plus communication from the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic team has made it fun.
Man, that is awesome, buddy. Would you recommend it?
Yes. To anyone listening, I was in your shoes. Just schedule a 15-minute consult at Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. It's all you have to do to start.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, DC. Results may vary.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. So one of my favorite customers I've ever had, he came in and had a really bad experience with several different dealerships. He just lost his husband. His husband left him with a truck, and he was like, I don't need a truck. Like, this is so impractical for me. And it was a really emotional decision for him because it was one of the last things that he had, obviously husbands. We were like, it's no problem. Like, we're going to help you. And we did the process the same way that we always do the process. And we helped him trade in his truck for a beautiful new Rogue. And that was really cool. And he bought his second car from us. And I'm sure when he needs a third car, he'll come back and buy his third car from Nissan too. Afterwards, to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of like candies and fruits and stuff.
Making a great day for the people around you is making a great day for yourself. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
When an 18-wheeler ran a red light and took the life of a Tacoma man in 2021, his family trusted Davis Law Group to fight for them. And we recovered a $3.5 million settlement and held the trucking company accountable for his death. Accident victims have trusted Davis Law Group to win their case for the past 30 years. And hundreds of 5-star reviews from real clients are proof that we've earned that trust. Call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate it today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Well, the Seahawks getting rave reviews on their draft. People very excited about what they did, and this man is a big part of that. He drafted him in the 5th round. A defensive tackle out of Notre Dame joins us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. He is Rylie Mills. Rylie, how are you, man?
Good. How you guys doing?
Doing great. Appreciate you checking in with us. It's good to talk to you, and take me through the night. Take me through the weekend, what the expectations were versus how things played out. Is this about where you were anticipating going, or you thought you'd go earlier, later? How did it stack up?
Yeah, I guess my conversation was just, coming off an injury and dealing with all that. I feel like, at least what my agent told me and kind of a lot of, teams have told me is it's like, look, really depends on who can get to fall in love with you and your visits. And it really could be anywhere between kind of like day 2, day 3, 3 to 5. And I was kind of like, look, whatever happens. Like, I'm just excited to get this opportunity. And, it was definitely just, it was great to have my family together. We were all in Fort Lauderdale with my brother, and, it was awesome to have them all together. I haven't seen them in a while, but yeah, it was great. I mean, definitely on the edge of your seat, sitting there. Like, I know my agent was telling me to get ready, and then, it was like, boom, the Seahawks traded back to the Patriots. So I was like, oh, I was a little bummed because I really wanted to be a Seahawk. And then I saw they traded back up, so I was getting my hopes up, and then, when I saw that phone call come in, I kind of blacked out. I was like, this is the best moment of my life.
Oh, Rylie, tell us about, so you took a 30 visit out here, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. So tell us about what stood out and what made you, excited to be a Seahawk.
Yeah, I guess I'd never been to Seattle before, so I was actually surprised how green it was. I was like, man, it looks great out here. And then we pulled to the facility right away. It was on the water, and I was blown away. The place was awesome. They were telling me they had, they were getting a brand new athletic training room. They were adding new stuff to the facility. And, I love the weight room, and, they had a grass field out there. So immediately I was like, man, this facility is somewhere I could see myself being. And, it was definitely really an awesome experience. And then when I got to meet the coaches, that really just stood out to me, just hearing, how much they valued me and what they thought I could bring to the team. I was like, man, I love the plan they have here. They seem like great people. And, especially, Coach AD, Coach Hins, they're great guys, and just getting to sit down and pick their brains and, hear what they thought of me. I was really impressed when I walked away. So I was telling my parents, I'm like, dude, I hope I end up being a Seahawk, and we got here, eventually, and I'm looking forward to it.
That's so cool. How many teams did you visit?
That was my only one, but I did a dinner with the Steelers, and had a bunch of Zooms. But yeah, I was the only team I went out and visited.
Okay, so you said you left that with a different feeling than perhaps you had with the Steelers or any of the other teams you met over Zoom?
Yeah, I think just the game plan they showed and their vision for me, I was like, this is where I'm going to be successful. And, I just loved how much they supported me, and I love the way their defense was, and they have a great defensive line room. So I was like, I really just love to be a part of it. And then, now it's just like a dream come true.
Well, Rylie, tell us about you had a knee injury last year, and we heard a story about how you couldn't fly, I think, because it was too soon after surgery. So you rented an RV to go to the Notre Dame game. Tell us, take us through that.
Yeah, so after I got hurt, I had my surgery, and it was literally 2 days later was the Sugar Bowl against Georgia. So I couldn't fly down to it because they were concerned about, would there be blood clot issue in the air. So I sit there and watch on the couch. And I'll tell you what, like sitting there watching a game after, 5 seasons of being there and being in it was almost torture because I just wanted to be there on the field, like with my teammates, like supporting them. So, I was rooting from the couch. And as soon as we won the game, I told myself, like, look, there's no way I'm going to do this again and watch on the couch. Like, I'm going to find a way to get down to the Orange Bowl no matter what it takes. So I found out the next day that right next to South Bend in Elkhart, Indiana, is the RV capital of the world. So I got a deal with RV company, and a donor reached out and, made a big impact and, donated an RV. And then I got me, my girlfriend, my parents, my uncle, my parents' dog. And then we drove down about 25 hours to the Orange Bowl.
Wow.
I love that you brought the dog, though, too. That's cool.
Yeah.
We wanted to add a challenge to it. So we were like, 25 hours wasn't enough. Let's send the dog.
Yeah.
Well, so for you talked about how you feel like you fit this defense and the vision they sold you on it seems like it fits you. For people that haven't seen you play, for Seattle fans that are listening right now and they haven't seen Rylie Mills play, how would you break you down if you were looking at game tape of Rylie Mills and removing yourself? How would you break your game down?
Yeah, I would say you're gonna get someone who's gritty. Like for me, I'm in there. I'm in the trenches every play. Like I'll never shy away from a battle. And honestly, like if you look at my pass rush, like my main objective is I'm gonna run through your face and get to the quarterback. And that was my game plan a lot this year. And then I ended up having roughly 8 sacks and led all defensive tackles in the country. So. I think it's a pretty good plan. I think if you watch the way I play, like I'm going to be relentless. Like, the guys that I really look up to, like Max Crosby, Zach Allen, even Leonard Williams, like those are guys that go out there and give great effort and they, use their body type and their size to their advantage. So that's something I'm going to bring to the table. I'm going to keep working on.
Well, Schneider mentioned Pierce Holt. Now, that's an older guy, Rylie. But look him up because that was a comp that he had. That was a badass dude. Pierce Holt was.
Really? Yeah.
Check that out. Hey,
Frazier Van Hampton to me. I asked my dad, and he was like, "Dude, you don't know who that is?" So I had to look him up.
Yeah. Hey, also, you're very versatile. Like you can play inside. The 3, the 5, the 9, even. Are you more comfortable inside, or what? Is there a preference as far as where you're playing on the line?
Yeah, look, I mean, I've been a 3-tech my entire career. I love playing 3-tech, but I've played around, all around the defensive line. I think 3 technique is, especially when I'm pass rushing, I don't think there's any guard or tackle that can really block me one-on-one when it comes to being on the inside for 3-tech. But I think that's one of my things during the draft that I was preaching to teams and I preached to the Seahawks was that I'm athletic enough. I can play the 9, I can play the 5, I can play the 2-eye, play the 4-eye, and I can play it all at a high level, compared to a lot of other guys. So that's something I excel at, and I think that's part of the vision they had was being someone who's versatile and kind of similar to Leonard Williams, how he plays all down the line.
Yeah.
Whatever they want me to do, I'm ready for it, and I want to do it to the best of my ability.
Hey, Rylie, what's it like to hear the critiques of you, the way they critique every player? Everybody, they go through the strengths and then they go through the weaknesses, and that had to be weird to hear. Whether it was Mel Kiper or anybody going, hey, he's great at this, he's not good at this. Or did you agree with the assessments you were hearing of you?
I mean, for me, I'm the most critical person, of myself that I know. So really, no one's going to tell me anything I haven't, thought of myself. And, honestly, there's some things in there that, I agree with that. Like, there's some things I'm definitely working on, like being a taller D tackle, lowering my pad level. Like, that's something I'm continuing to fight and, something I'm working on. But I know for me, I get better by working on, the things I'm not great at, and I, really try to hone that in, and that's something I've done, my career at Notre Dame, and I'm going to continue to do it in the NFL.
Hey, Rylie, so tell us about your background, where you went to high school, why you chose Notre Dame, and, just kind of fill in the blanks for us as far as so everybody can get to know you.
Yeah, so I'm from Lake Bluff, Illinois, about 30 minutes outside of Chicago. I grew up kind of near the Bears facility, so I kind of grew up a Bears fan, but, now I'm kind of like, all right, done with them. So I grew up went to Lake Forest High School, played football there, and high school, I got lucky enough. I had a lot of opportunities and places to go to college and play football at Division I. But really, it came down to, funny enough, Notre Dame and Ohio State were my final two that I was really looking at. And honestly, the biggest thing for me about Notre Dame was just the people there set it apart from everything else. Like it had the great education and the football team was top notch. But every interaction I had there was very positive, and I felt like that was a place that was going to help me, grow as a man and grow as a person by the time I was done with college. And I haven't looked back one time. I'm super happy I made my decision. And, that's honestly one reason, why I was excited about the Seahawks was just because the people there, really made an impact on me. And I felt like it was kind of similar to Notre Dame where I just got that same feeling.
So you grew up a Bears fan. Did you have a player you modeled your game after? Or you said, this is my football hero. I want to play like this guy?
Not really from the Bears. I guess, for me, my dad played football at UConn and my brother played football at Dayton. So I always looked up to them because they were the people that played before, and they've had the biggest impact on my career and my life. So I've always just tried to model myself after them.
Rylie, when you were a high school athlete, did you play all kinds of different sports? And when did you decide, okay, football is for me?
Yeah, I kind of, just other things. Did a little bit of track and field in high school. And then I just really felt like football was something I did when I was young, and it was, I knew I wanted to play it in college. And then, that was really for me. I just once I set myself on it and just really knew that I could be, set myself apart and really do something with it. I kind of went all in my last couple of years of high school. But I like to play different sports, but football was the biggest for me.
So you're listed at 6'5", 295. Were you always like the big kid when you were young, or did you hit a growth spurt later?
No, I was always literally my parents would have photos of my youth team. They're like, oh, who's the 15-year-old in my 6-year-old league. But so I was always big, but I was a little fit, little hefty growing up, and I kind of slimmed down in high school, and then just kind of my parents are really good on nutrition, so I always just kind of followed their plan, and then kind of ended up just naturally being 280, and then got to college, and then just put weight on the right way throughout the years.
Well, tell us about your family, Rylie. Sounds like you got lots of support there, but tell us about siblings and parents and all of that.
Yeah, so my dad played football at UConn, and my mom played volleyball at UConn. My mom's 6 feet tall, my dad's 5'10", so I get my height all from my mom. So they met in college, and then my aunt played on the LPGA and played at Florida State. Her name's Leanne Mills. My brother also, he played college football at Dayton, so they were really the ones that kind of growing up, I watched my brother play football, and then had to beg my dad to let me play football. So then I got into football, and then me and my brother would always kind of get on each other. So I remember in my youth league, my dad would be like, hey, just imagine the quarterback's your brother. And then once I put it like that, it was just game over.
Well, I hope we're not still doing that, are we, Rylie? You like your brother?
No, I grew out of it. It was just getting started. You had to find it.
Imagine that's your brother. All of a sudden, he's just a raging bull going through the line. Yeah. That's
we'll have to find some substitutes for quarterbacks in the NFC West.
Yeah,
Hey, so somebody you hate.
Were you always defense? Did you ever want to be, I don't know, a tight end? You said you were a big kid, so maybe they were going to let you be a wide receiver or anything. But what did you always play defense, or did you have dreams of other spots?
Yeah, I liked growing up. I mean, when I was in the youth leagues, I always loved playing defense. And then there was a weight limit, so I couldn't run with the ball. But then once I got to high school, I tried tight end my freshman year, and it was good. But I kind of loved the feeling of getting a sack, making a tackle more than I like catching the football. So I switched over there and just didn't really look back.
It's better to hit than be hit, Rylie. That's what you 100%. Figured out there. Hey, what do you like to do off the field? Is there anything up here that appeals, like fishing or hunting or anything like that?
Yeah, I love to fish, and then I love cooking. I'm a big love salmon, love sushi. So when I went there and they were telling me all the fish and the salmon there, I was like, dude, I got pretty excited. So I like to cook, and then I play a little guitar in my free time.
Oh, okay. Okay. What kind of music do you like?
Kind of anything. Like for me, I kind of learned like playing classic rock, but then now I kind of just like see like videos on TikTok or whatever, people playing cool stuff, and then try to learn that. It's just something if I'm trying to get my mind off football or do something else, like I always pick that up.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, you're coming to the right place for music and seafood. If you like seafood, this is the Mecca. So.
Yeah, I was hearing about the fish toss, so I'm looking forward to checking that out.
Oh yeah, Pike Place Market. Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Hey, Grey Zabel said that he was going to go get after a 6-pack of Busch Light. What is your beverage of choice?
For me, I'm a coffee guy.
Coffee.
Like, that's my big.
Wow, you really are in the right spot.
Come to the right place, man.
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. I came away, I was like, I think this is the place for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is perfect. Yeah. Well, Rylie, hey, it's really cool to get a chance to catch up with you. Congratulations, and we cannot wait to see you out there on the field. Welcome to Seattle.
For sure, I appreciate it.
Thanks, Rylie.
Thanks so much. There he is. Rylie Mills, 5th-round draft pick of your Seattle Seahawks defensive tackle out of Notre Dame. So listed at 6'5", 295. And just looking at pictures, he's not a big fat guy.
No.
He looks like it's well proportioned.
Yeah, and how about that? He comes down to Ohio State and Notre Dame. So obviously an elite player coming out of high school. But one of the things about his knee, and this was his only 30 visit, was here to Seattle. And, from what I understand, that went tremendously well. I mean, there was lots of reports and things about his knee that, a lot of people, I think, missed. And I don't know if it was at the combine, but, he had kind of there were people that weren't going to touch him. They weren't going to draft him. And, the Seahawks thought differently, and which is kind of interesting because, we always talk about how the Seahawks are a stickler for, the medical part. But in this case, it just kind of flopped. And I think it's because the Seahawks do such a great job of, and great doctors like Calfane and so they end up finding, hey, this really isn't as bad as it looks. And so I think he's going to be more of a project. It sounds like he might start off on the PUP list, as far as that knee goes, but as far as the repair and everything that they saw, apparently just a lot better than everybody else thought. So kind of an interesting project pick there.
Yeah, if you guys just tuned in and missed our conversation with Rylie Mills, you'll be able to find that on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, Mike McDonald talked about Rylie Mills, gives a pretty thorough breakdown of him.
Yeah, I mean, we met with him at the combine, and we had him here, and just again, when you talk football with this guy, and he kind of when two people that have a lot of passion about D-line play kind of get together, and you can see where it goes. Justin Hines, big part of that process too. And just like the spirit of how he approaches the game, and his energy, enthusiasm, toughness, competitiveness, but like. When you're able to, like, when you turn the tape on and then the guy just like lights up and he's got all the reasons and this is what we're thinking and this is what I was thinking here, and then you're kind of throwing ideas back and forth, like that's like that's the spirit of everything. That's how it's made right there. That's big time stuff, and those are the people we want in our building that love that type of thing. And when you sharpen each other like that, you get no choice but to get better, and so he's part of that.
So there's his breakdown of him, and then you talked about John and just the team being very thorough when it comes to medical situations, and certainly they need a level of assurance before. I mean, Will Fries is a guy that was the hottest guard on the market, and he didn't want to show up for a physical. He wanted to sign a deal before he could get looked at, and the Seahawks were like, no thanks, we're not doing it. John Schneider talked about their impression about Mills and where he's at in his recovery process from the ACL injury.
Excited, he's doing great. We flew him in. He was able to spend time with Dr. Ed, and he was pleased with where he's going with his post-combine. I think we were his only 30 visit, right?
I think so.
Yeah, and Ed was able to have another exam, felt good about it, and he's doing great with his rehab. We're hopeful that like mid to later season he's going to be a viable candidate to add to our group. And he's a He's a really good player, and if we wouldn't have drafted him, I'm not sure if AD would have showed up for work on Monday.
Talking about Aiden Dirty there. So, it's funny how John, throughout this whole thing, we've learned who everybody is, I think, pretty much. But he'll go, then there was AD, and then there was CW, and then there was JD, and I'm like, who are all these people? But,
we're not in the building with you, John. You got to use names.
No, but they've got a lot of resources put into, and that was kind of an interesting move by them, because nobody else flew him in. He was the only one for the 30 visit. And
what do you say? He went to dinner with the Steelers, and then he had some Zoom meetings with other teams.
Yeah, but no, meeting him in person. And, the other thing I would think was very valuable is the part where he was describing where they were sitting down, or McDonald was talking about sitting down with him. And if I were to have sat there and gone through my film and somebody would have said, what were you thinking here? I would have said, I have no idea. I don't know.
I was just reacting.
But
I had no thoughts.
They have a lot of they do a great job with these 30 visits and find out things. And sometimes, and especially it's the first time in a long time I've heard where an injury got better. There was lots of people, in the way that they looked at him at the combine, was like, I'm not so sure about this. But then when they brought him in, it was just the recovery process has been phenomenal. So I don't think he's going to be ready for next year, would be my guess, but he might start on the PUP list. But I think he's one of those guys that very versatile, that can play outside, inside, but he told us he loves playing defensive tackle, so can't have enough of those guys.
Oh, I like how he talked about just running through somebody's face.
Yeah,
he's
just good one too.
He's got some edge, and his coach told him, pretend that's your brother. Is that how it was with you and your brother?
There were times I wanted to kill my brother, but I think he mostly wanted to kill me. So, we'll have to get him.
Pretend that's your brother over there.
Let's do that to the NFC West quarterbacks.
Yeah,
Brock Purdy.
That's we'll see where he fits in. I mean, they still got guys from previous drafts where, Mike Morris. What's he going to be? Is he going to be anything?
Yeah.
Cam
Young.
Young. I don't. You got some question marks about guys you were kind of high on that had potential, but just haven't seen what they're going to be as far as looking at that depth on that line and who may pop, who may not. And, if some of those guys don't live up to expectations, then that's going to be a nice opening for somebody like him once he gets healthy and ready to go.
Yeah, well, as you know, Bob, those guys coming back their second year, they're allowed to get better.
They are.
We heard that from Mike McDonald, and he's absolutely right. I mean, it's almost like getting a draft choice. Every once in a while you'll have like a 5th, 6th, 7th rounder who comes back his second year, and it's like, oh, my God. I just remember being so relieved. My rookie year, I didn't think I could play anymore. I was like, it's foreign to me. Mm-hmm. It was like a different language, or like trying to write with your left hand. I mean, it was just, I was lost. And you come back your second year, and all of a sudden everything clicks for you. You make a couple plays, you get your confidence back. So, that'll be interesting to see. Although the Seahawks, they got rid of Cam Young.
Oh, did they get rid of him?
Yeah.
Oh,
so
okay.
Yeah,
well, I don't have to worry about his development.
Yeah, no, I mean, when you said that, I was like, I think that just happened, or it was like 4 or 5 days ago. But it just didn't work out with him. But he was a 4th round pick. But there's a lot of players that
Morris is still there.
Yeah. You got Mike Morris. You got some of who else on the defensive line? I mean, you got.
Well, I'm anxious to see what Murphy's going to be this year, because I was a little underwhelmed last year. I don't think he was bad. He just didn't have the impact.
He didn't make a lot of plays.
For. Yeah, it was just kind of.
I think he had like 5 solo tackles or something.
Yeah, it was sort of an anonymous year. I mean, but he does play a position that's not a glamour position. He's not, you're not expecting a bunch of sacks from that spot on the line, but. Just didn't hear his name called much. Didn't seem to be, look at this guy pushing the pile, and there wasn't much of that. So I'm very, as you talk about the second year, very curious to see what Byron Murphy looks like this year.
Yeah, I mean, for a guy that high, I mean, he was their highest rated defensive player.
Yeah, so 16th overall.
Yeah, and so we're thinking about. I don't know. I don't have like huge expectations for him just because he didn't do that much, and the defense just got so much better in the second half. But hey, maybe all of a sudden that guy starts making plays. Like I said before, when they fix the inside of the defense, and that's why I'm so excited about Emmanwori, is that, he's the middle safety. I mean, a lot of times those guys are subbing in for linebackers. You got your two inside guys right now. And then you got D tackles like Jaron Reed and Big Cat and Murphy.
All right, coming up, the Seahawks draft had plenty of people around the league buzzing, but what does NFL.com's lead draft writer, Eric Edholm, think about it? He's going to join us next. That's coming up with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The draft.
It's a cool day in Seahawks history.
Is in the books, and we're breaking down every pick and how the Hawks came out of their most important draft in years.
Get a difference maker, and they got him.
Nick Emmanwori.
Kind of a Swiss Army knife kind of a dude.
Jalen Milroe.
Wow. This dude is a home run hitter.
However, Jalen deserves and earns the right to go out there, then we'll do that.
Exclusive insider content on the Seattle Sports app and YouTube, and the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Right now, have beautiful, ultra-efficient, clean technology windows installed and pay $0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 18 months. Only from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. And they'll even pay your sales tax. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just two deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks. You know? Like us?
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything! The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu!
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, crown disappearing. Hair loss for me was like identity theft. The solution? The simple one-day treatment that worked for me from Advanced Hair. And I'm just one of tens of thousands. Advanced Hair was recently crowned the winner of the 425 Business of the Year again. Advanced Hair begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions, those monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but if you're like me, you want more. You wanted your own natural hair in specific areas permanently. From Advanced Hair's groundbreaking technology to world-class Dr. Polanco, it's not maybe your hair will grow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off, 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Spring in Washington. It is practically synonymous with rain. And of course, rain is made up of water, which unfortunately can wreak havoc on your home and your crawl space. So if rain or groundwater makes its way into that crawl space, it can create all kinds of problems, including structural damage or toxic mold. You don't want either of those at your house, trust me. It's Mike Salk here, and that's why you call Crawl Pros. Crawl Pros will keep your crawl space dry. They can install a sump pump and drainage and reroute that water back out and away from your home. They'll take care of any mold that's been created and even address any plumbing issues you may have in your crawl space. Don't take the risk. The best way to learn if you have any water issues is to have Crawl Pros do what they did at my house. Visit your home and inspect your crawl space for free. Yes, Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to. So if you're worried at all about water damage, mold, insulation issues, critters, anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com to schedule a free inspection.
Dave Wyman here for my friends at Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for the past 23 years. I'm really excited to work with Harley Exteriors because they're my kind of people. I had Ray, Chris, and Nick out to my house just to see what they could do for us. You see, we've been in the same house for 24 years, and virtually every window in our home has a broken seal. Harley Exteriors has an exclusive, high-quality Euro vinyl Olympic Series window manufactured right here in Washington, and these windows are designed specifically for homes in the Pacific Northwest, helping to maximize energy, efficiency, and beauty. It's a window you can trust to last the life of your home. Very affordable, with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Through April, buy one window and get the second for 40% off. Harley Exteriors are big fans of the station, and they're excited to work with our listeners, and I'm proud to be working with Ray, Chris, and Nick. It's a team you can get behind. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We've been talking about the reviews of the Seahawks draft, and almost across the board, A minus, B plus at worst. Everybody seems to love what they've done with the draft, and we get a chance to speak to a man who evaluates drafts, writes about the draft, does a great job of it for NFL.com. He's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. He is Eric Edholm. Eric, how are you, man?
I hated their class. No, I'm kidding. I really like
Eric.
I hate. I wanted to be different. You know, I wanted to come in slinging, come in hot, but just couldn't even pull it off. So I'm doing well. How about you guys?
We're doing good. We're feeling good. Fans, it's a weird sensation to have almost a consensus on something that any of the teams do in any city, but the fans love this draft. Seems like most of the analysts do. What grade would you give the Seahawks?
Yeah, I mean, you have 11 picks. I mean, that's a good place to start too, right? And you can afford misses. You know, I mean, I know that sounds pretty elementary, but I mean that's part of the thing. And you know, I think it was a good mix of floor and ceiling. You know, you have these potential players through the middle of the draft there: Emmanwori, Arroyo, Jalen, Milroe. You know, big upside players who, man, if they max out, you know, this could be a class that we talk about for a long time. You know, I would say that they got a really nice value in Rylie Mills. Probably isn't going to be available till later in the year, if at all. But still, I mean, that knocked him down maybe a round or two. I thought he was a big piece that was missing for Notre Dame down the stretch. Torrey Horton was a really nice college receiver who does a lot of good things well. And Ricky White, too. I mean, he's going to make the team on special teams if he does. But he's just one of those guys that was such a fun player to watch, and had a pretty good career at UNLV and had some kick blocking experience, and he's a little slender, but a fun player nonetheless. So yeah, I mean, top to bottom, there really wasn't a pick that I looked at and said, oh, I don't know about that. Maybe a little thinner on the trenches than, you know, I mean, again, I understand they still use 4 picks on linemen, but you know, I guess if that was a question, that still could exist.
Yeah, Eric, what about Grey Zabel specifically? I mean, I think the only criticism, I guess, could be FCS school, but, I mean, you know, some of the competition. Yeah. But other than that, I mean, it seems like, and also seems like the Senior Bowl is really important to the drafters, right? I mean, and he was great there.
especially for an FCS player. But at this point, I don't even consider North Dakota State FCS anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, they've produced so much
No
NFL
kidding.
talent. It's there are plenty of big schools out there that don't have as consistent a program as they do, even with coaching changes and whatnot. So impressive stuff there. And so he came into the Senior Bowl with a good reputation. And I think that at that point there was some early second, late first buzz, before the first practice. And you can go back and check my tweets. I know I put something out on him, and I said, he's the best guy I've seen through 2 days. Up front, this is the best offensive lineman in Mobile, in my opinion. Some of these guys I had seen before, some of them I hadn't. I had only watched on TV, but it was right from the get-go. He looked the part, has played every position. I can't help but think that makes a great center, possibly a guard down the road or whatever. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know that you're gonna see him much at tackle, but in his career, but he should be an excellent interior guy. And it's who they wanted. The coaches wanted him. Front office obviously signed off on him, and it makes a lot of sense.
Hey, what is your read on Nick Emmanwori? We had a chance to catch up with him today. We're going to play that conversation coming up at 5 o'clock. But really, just impressed with his attitude. I loved he had his conversation with the media right after being drafted, and he had a little edge to him. He made it clear he felt like he was a first round talent, and he said, all those other teams are on the list. he's making a list of and I love that about him. But just as a player, what he brings to the field, what's your take on him?
Yeah, my first exposure to him live was actually at a game. My friend of mine was turning 50. We went to a South Carolina game, and I said, "Who's Steven?" I knew about him before, but couldn't help but notice time and time again. In fact, there was a great play in that game where he essentially induced a personal foul flag and then turned to the bench and bowed. I mean, he's going to be a showman, This is a game. Go watch the game. You'll see the moment. But, he lived a lot up around the line of scrimmage, as you can see for a guy his size. That makes a lot of sense. And they had a defensive line at South Carolina, so he was shielded a little bit, protected pretty well. But you saw him flying from the backside, making plays. I wish he was a little bit more consistent a tackler. I felt like that's still an area he can clean up, but you could say that about a lot of players. I mean, what you can't say is the guy with, an all-time combine performance at his dimensions was tremendous there this year. And the question is not necessarily figuring out where he's going to play, but what can't he do? You know what I mean? I think Derwin James took a few years to really kind of settle into a role in the league, and we've seen guys like this, in the wrong hands or maybe miscast a little bit, struggle to find their footing. But sounds like they're open to him doing a little bit of everything. I hope he can master one or two things year one and then kind of branch out from there.
Sounds like you're not on his list, Eric. So that's good.
I did that just for his purpose. Yeah.
Hey, what have you thought about, just in general over the years with the Seahawks? Bob mentioned, I mean, it really is complaint free pretty much as far as our texters and what you read from, Twitter and whatnot. And just, and it's kind of been maybe a little bit of a weak point for Schneider as far as, drafting offensive linemen, and really only got one. So I don't know if that's, as far as in the first round.
Right.
But,
one real.
big time prospect there. But just over the years, what have you thought about the Seahawk drafts?
Yeah, they're an interesting program, obviously, and I've talked to a lot of people who have, either come from somewhere else and gone there, and then or started there and gone elsewhere, and they all know they have their own system, they do it their way, and I have a lot of respect for that. Obviously you tweak it, you adjust it throughout the years, but they've always been a their kind of guy drafting team, and sometimes it's worked fabulously. They've obviously had wild rashes of success, and then other years where it's been really lean. I can't say I love the LJ Collier pick. You know what I mean? Just at the time, even if I thought
you weren't alone,
that's their guy, maybe take him around later or something. But we've seen teams have that approach and still have success with it. Obviously you could say that about Zabel. Maybe not everybody had him quite that high, but they weren't getting them 5 picks later. You know what I mean? I think there was somebody behind them that would have pulled the trigger. So it's just every team's going to look at this process differently. and I respect them for kind of having their system and going with the guys that they feel sort of most compelled by, I guess, to, just more a feeling about this player is our kind of guy. He fits our system. He does what we want to do. It's not necessarily all about where they're ranked or what the league value is. At the end of the day, you got to find guys who make sense for your team.
Well, I would say the pick that probably got the most buzz was their third-round selection of Jalen Milroe. Well, I don't know if people were surprised, excited, maybe a combo of both. But what's your take on Milroe and his pro prospects?
Yeah, I mean, he was a fascinating guy to study, and it did feel like he took a step back this year. You could blame some of that on a coaching change, and I would think it was his fourth offensive coordinator, third at least. Two under Saban, and then Kalen DeBoer's system, which was a departure, and it really wasn't a perfect fit for his skill set. So there is some excusing away what happened, but just the inconsistency wasn't there. I mean, the consistency wasn't there. That's what you notice most. He has the arm talent to make it in this league. He's obviously a blessed runner. I mean, when he gets the crease, he can take it, and that's obviously the beauty of an athletic quarterback is that they have a pretty good floor, right? They do something well that should translate pretty easily. Everyone's going to compare him to Lamar. He's not that, at least not yet. Could he become something in that mold at some point? Absolutely. And when you have a starting quarterback, I don't know the contract details exactly, but essentially a short-term deal that you can get out of easily if it's not going to work. This is a fascinating stab at greatness. I don't think it's going to be perfect at first, but then again, Lamar wasn't either. I watched Lamar in training camp live and thought, oh boy, this may not work. He had some rough practices. He did.
Yeah.
3 months later, he was lighting up the league. So it just sometimes the light can go on, and I've heard nothing but kind of amazing things about his character too. Like everybody said, this is a guy you want to go into battle with and has some real discipline, and he's a winner.
Eric Edholm, NFL.com lead draft writer, has been our guest here with Wyman and Bob. Eric, great stuff as always. We appreciate you taking some time with us today. Thanks so much.
You got it. Enjoy the draft class. See you guys.
Thanks.
There you go. Again, Eric Edholm, NFL.com. He's their lead draft writer, does a great job. If you guys didn't catch all of that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab and scroll down to our picture. Click on that. It'll be right there waiting for you. Meanwhile, one draft storyline caused prominent draft analysts to lose their minds over the weekend. We're going to hear about that when we sweep the dial. Coming up with Wyman and Bob, this is Seattle Sports on 710.
The draft.
It's a cool day in Seahawks history.
Is in the books, and we're breaking down every pick and how the Hawks came out of their most important draft in years.
Get a difference maker, and they got him.
Nick Emmanwori.
Kind of a Swiss Army knife kind of a dude.
Jalen Milroe.
Wow. This dude is a home run hitter.
However, Jalen deserves and earns the right to go out there, then we'll do that.
Exclusive insider content on the Seattle Sports app and YouTube, and the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, have you been considering surgery or even joint replacement? It's Dave Wyman here, and after years of football, I know all about bad knees. So I recently had a consultation with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, and I've heard so many patients just rave about stem cell therapy with Dr. Wagner. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone. Well, they're back hiking, jogging, playing tennis, skiing, golfing, even just going up and down the stairs, playing with the kids and grandkids, and doing it without pain and without surgery. Dr. Wagner's 60-minute outpatient procedure uses your own stem cells, which can regenerate your own cartilage in your own joints. Dr. Mark Wagner is a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience, and he's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures, and he's one of the few doing it the right way. So whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Get the facts, then get back in the game at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
What do you get when you assemble 400 new and used RVs with over 1,000 floor plan options, plus manufactured homes on 20 acres? You get the best chance to save all year. The Puyallup RV Show, May 1st through 4th. Free parking. Get tickets at PuyallupRVShow.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
I've never had any complaints about my performance in the bedroom. But after turning 40, I noticed my libido just wasn't what it used to be. That's when I reached out to Revive Health. Their team knew exactly what I needed, which is why today, my wife and I are both more satisfied than ever.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, text BOOST to 65555 or visit ReviveMensHealth.com to schedule your appointment. Message and data rates may apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help. Text stop to cancel. See privacy policy at ReviveMensHealth.com/privacy policy. For info on how opt-in info will be used and terms and conditions at ReviveMensHealth.com/terms of use for terms of short code service.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Spring is here, and I know you want to look and feel your best as you head into this new season. Are you tired of the roller coaster of losing weight just to see it all come back again? Maybe you've heard about the new drugs but are concerned with the possible side effects, or you're taking weight loss drugs but also want to learn how to change your lifestyle for long-lasting results. We can help you. We have a team of health coaches that can support you every step of the way. Schedule your free 15-minute, no-pressure phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here with Ryan Rowland-Smith.
Thanks, Mike. I've been hearing for about 2 years now how you did the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan, and you lost a ton of weight. So I decided to see what the program was all about, and I'm so glad I did. So far, I've lost 30 pounds, and my only regret is not starting sooner.
Join the thousands of people who've lost 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. It doesn't matter where you live. You can do our program in person in Kirkland or all remotely. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Presented by Silver Reef Casino Resort.
So you guys talked to Jalen Milroe's high school coach earlier today. Well, we also heard from his college coach. Nick Saban was on ESPN's NFL draft coverage, and when the Milroe pick happened, he broke it down for the guy that the Seahawks are getting in Milroe.
Yeah, well, I tell you, he's going to give the Seahawks an element of offense that nobody else in this draft can give anybody because this guy's fast, he's explosive, and look, he can throw the ball. He's got a strong arm. He's a great deep ball thrower. He just needs a little refinement and consistency in the passing game, and he could be an outstanding player.
Did I hear that Saban got a little teary-eyed when he was drafted? Yeah. I mean, he obviously means a lot to him, one of the better coaches of all time. But, yeah, I mean, I think that's everything you hear is that he needs time to develop. In the meantime, and the way Schneider put it is like we can use him as a weapon. Mm-hmm. You know, a running quarterback, I think, is very, very important. And
especially one with that kind of speed.
Yeah. Yeah, just ridiculous. And the other thing about him, from what I understand, I can't wait to interview him, be around him and see him, but he's supposed to be just an unbelievably dynamic, nice, great kid.
Yeah, and that goes a long way, man. And that's going to go a long way with his teammates. And, John, that's the one thing that stood out to me in our weekly conversations and talking about people coming in, whether it was free agents or for the 30 visits, how they treat the people. He said that over and over and over. Yeah. Well, how they treat the people, and not just us, talking about the front desk and talking about the chefs, talking about the people in the parking lot, and just that's a big deal to them. So character is a huge thing.
And by all accounts, Jalen Milroe knocks it out of the park as far as that goes. The other thing is he's a quarterback, so you have to have that kind of personality. You can't be at a quarterback in college that was like a fourth down play, game was on the line. He's like, all right, we're running blue right, 32 on one. Like you can't have that. Right. So yeah, he's got everything.
Sweeping the dial.
Okay, well, if that was good analysis and professional breakdown, I think on the far extreme, on the other end of that, was whatever devolved into the Shedeur Sanders conversation on ESPN between Mel Kiper and everyone on the set, including Louis Riddick, who was trying to explain why Sanders hadn't been picked yet, and Mel Kiper was just not having any of it.
This isn't a talent issue. This isn't a can-do issue. This transcended that. And that's why I think of anybody on that list that you have of fifth round guys, none of them had the skill set that this young man had. This is not about can you play the position. This is about do we want you to play the position for us. That's what this came.
Why wouldn't they, Lou?
Well, look, that's a whole nother discussion that we've had in many different ways for weeks
I would say
and months now.
This is not one of the toughest quarterbacks you've ever
seen. Mel, this isn't about this isn't about quarterback traits and quarterback characteristics, personal football character. That's not about this. This is personal.
Has he had an off the field issue? No, he has not.
Mel, you don't have to sell it to me.
No, I don't know what we're talking about here.
You're right. You're right.
Yes.
You're right. But you know what? But Mel, the draft has spoken.
And that's where I think Reese Davis jumped in at that point, and he almost seemed agitated with Mel. Mel was just, by all accounts, and I didn't hear it because we were on the air, but it was trending on Twitter, and people were like, "This has got to be his last draft," and that was embarrassing. And I guess he was just hammering it. That I don't know what the implication was from his side. Like,
was
why
it C-O-N-spiracy?
C-O-N-spiracy. A lot of people were saying there's something doesn't smell right. Something, and I was like, what do you think it is? I saw people want to go the racial angle. I'm like, well, let's take a look at the quarterbacks that have been drafted at the top of the draft the past few years and talk about the racial element there. I mean, come on, man, you're reaching. There's a reason people are staying away from this player or that player. There are reasons for all of it.
Oh, I don't think Louis Riddick could have said anything better. By the way, we've had him on before, and he was just one of the most measured, logical, smartest people that we've ever talked to, especially football smarts. And he says it all at the end. The league has spoken. Like, the market has spoken.
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
It's interesting that the Browns took him because they took two quarterbacks within 3 picks. Because with their third-round pick, they took Dylan Gabriel out of Oregon.
Oh, right.
Then they drafted a running back after that in the 4th round. And then the 5th round, they draft Shedeur. Mm-hmm. So Cleveland, I'm not sure what their plan is or how they see that playing out, but it's going to be interesting to watch.
Sweeping the dial.
So surprisingly, there were other things happening outside of the NFL draft this weekend. Yeah, baseball was going on, NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs. But one of those things yesterday was Giants-Rangers finale of their series. Pretty pivotal game because the teams had split the first two games. So the Giants were tied with the Rangers in the bottom of the ninth, and they won on a very absurd, extremely out of the realm of ordinary fashion.
Taps this one to third. And he throws it down the right field line. Robinson's on the move. And he is going to stop. No, now he's going to go to third. Here's the throw. It gets by him. Here comes Ramos. This game is over. The Giants win the game on a Little League home run. Tell me you've seen that one before.
Well, not since my oldest son was 10 years old.
Did you see the highlight of that, Dave?
Yes.
I mean, I love it. A Little League home run. You hear the initial call. Ball tapped. I mean, he made weak contact. It was a slow roller on the infield. And they try to fire it to first base. Fires the ball over his head. He runs to second. They take their time fielding the ball. He runs to third. Fires it over the third baseman's head. He comes home. I mean, it's just a comedy of errors on a ball that didn't leave the infield off the bat.
Do you think that in Major League Baseball, I mean, I don't want to say they're easy throws, but they are throws that they've made like dozens and hundreds, thousands of times.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be just like a mental, like, oh my God, I've got to hurry up and get there.
Yeah.
I mean,
especially once the first error is made and like, oh man, and he's taking third, and then they rush. You're rushing them. You're forcing. That's what you always hear about. Put the ball in play. Force them to make a play.
Yeah.
Especially if you've got speed going down the line, then you force them to make a bad throw. And it was a hilarious thing to watch, though, because again, the ball was not scorched. It was not squared up. You hear the very opening of the call where he says the ball was tapped. I think he said it didn't even come close to leaving the infield off the bat, and they just chucked it all over the place, and they win the game on that.
Gotta love it when bad things happen to the Rangers. I would like to hear Goldie's call on that.
It would be great, wouldn't it?
Yes. I would love that. See if we can get his voice to crack a little bit there. I love that. I love that. I think that was the double play that Fraley made.
Yeah.
But
I don't think he liked it as much as we did.
Yeah, he was like, oh, it was unprofessional. It took away from him. I'm like, no, man. It was
perfect.
Awesome.
It was perfect. All right, there you go. Meanwhile, the Seahawks made a huge move to trade up for him in the second round, and we're going to talk to Nick Emmanwori about that and much, much more. You're going to hear that conversation coming your way next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The draft.
It's a cool day in Seahawks history.
Is in the books, and we're breaking down every pick and how the Hawks came out of their most important draft in years.
Get a difference maker, and they got him.
Nick Emmanwori.
Kind of a Swiss Army knife kind of a dude.
Jalen Milroe.
Wow. This dude is a home run hitter.
However, Jalen deserves and earns the right to go out there, then we'll do that.
Exclusive insider content on the Seattle Sports app and YouTube, and the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Between his hobbies and decades of work in a boatyard, Philip had put his body through a lot.
I'm an avid fly fisherman and an avid skier. It takes its toll.
Not to mention one other thing.
I had a near-fatal motorcycle accident. Absolutely obliterated my lower left leg again.
Philip couldn't live with the pain anymore, so he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
Listening to all these radio spots, I said, what do I got to lose?
What was your experience like with Dr. Wagner?
What I was so impressed with Mark about is that how often you have a surgery like this, and the guy calls you the next day to see how you're doing. I can't say enough good things about the guy, honestly.
And how are you feeling now?
I have no pain, none. Zero.
Wow. So would you recommend stem cell therapy to others?
I'm a fan, believe me. I'd recommend it to anybody.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Secret Clinical Dominating Extra Stinky Stress Sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Varian Industrial Contractors reminds parents the fatal crash rate for teens peaks at age 19, and we lose nearly 8 kids every day. Please make a family agreement to never drive under the influence of alcohol or drugs, text behind the wheel, or ride with anyone who is. Always designate a sober driver or call a parent, and let's bring our sons and daughters home safely. The entire team at Varian Industrial Contractors reminds teens driving a 2-ton automobile can be dangerous, so please stay alert, responsible, and safe behind the wheel.
Mike Salk here, and you've probably heard me mention that Crawl Pros has a full-service pest control division called Pest Pros, and they can prevent bug and rodent infestations from reoccurring at your house. You probably also know that it's especially important to keep a close eye on any signs of pest intrusion in your home during the spring. Why? Well, let's start with rodents. They're at the peak of their reproductive season, so if just one makes its way into your house, it could quickly turn into hundreds, and then you've got damage to insulation, wiring, even structural features, not to mention they're disgusting and carry disease. You may also see an increase in bugs, especially ants this time of year, as they're just looking for food. But if you got kids, you know they leave food everywhere, so this can become an even bigger issue. If you have any reason to think you've got a pest problem, you want to take care of it quickly before you have a much larger problem on your hands. So call Pest Pros. They'll come in, do a free corner-to-corner inspection, just like they did at my house, and fix the problem. If you're worried that any type of critter is making a home of your home, call Pest Pros or visit gopestpros.com.
Right now, have beautiful, ultra-efficient, clean technology windows installed and pay 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 18 months. Only from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. And they'll even pay your sales tax. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement. But you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, Jose Altuve has asked his manager Joe Espada to move him out of the leadoff spot and into the second hole for the Astros, and the reason he gave is he wanted more time to get to the dugout from left field. He's been playing left for the first time in his career after spending his first 14 years in the bigs at second base. His quote, "I just need like 10 more seconds." So he asked if he could hit second and put Jeremy Pena in that leadoff spot. Meanwhile, Cleveland Browns reached an agreement on a 1-year deal with free agent wide receiver Deontay Johnson, according to Adam Schefter. That comes after Johnson made an official visit with the Browns today. He's coming off a season in which he bounced from 3 teams. He went from the Panthers to the Ravens to the Texans after leading the Panthers with 30 receptions, 357 receiving yards in the first 2 months of the year. He was traded to the Ravens along with a 6th-round pick. He lasted 7 weeks, totaling 1 catch, 6 yards, and a 1-game suspension for refusing to play in a December 1st game against the Eagles.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Well, the 2025 NFL Draft is in the books, Dave, and by all accounts, everybody very excited about what the Seahawks did, getting great grades, and a lot of it is because of this pick right here, man. Joining us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline, Nick Emmanwori is with us. Nick, how are you, man?
I'm good, man. Super blessed.
Well, we're excited to talk to you. I know a lot of Seahawks fans are excited to have you here, and just take us through what that night was like for you, what the draft was like for you, because you made some comments when you spoke with the media at the very end where you said everybody is on the list. And I love that. I love that you got that chip. Everybody's on the list. So were you thinking I was going to go earlier? I should have gone earlier. Take us through what you were feeling and how things were going that night.
Yeah, man, honestly, when it's all said and done, super blessed, super grateful. But, yeah, throughout that whole process, it was a little like, I don't know what the word is. But, yeah, I feel like I should have gone a little sooner. But, you know, when you realize, like, you know, so kind of like the first round is like a big man draft. So a lot of teams are drafting, like, guards, tackles, D tackles. So it was like, you know, that pushes a lot of players back. So a lot of the teams I was talking to throughout the draft or, like, you know, but I'm not sure what's going on, but I landed in the right spot ultimately. I know the Seahawks, they were high on me, had a great connection with them, so I'm glad I ended up going to the Seahawks. But, yeah, man, you know, I got in my notes in my phone, like, before even the process, I kind of had, like, an NFL, it's personal list. So, like, that's a funny thing I got for myself. Yeah.
I love that, Nick. Now you just need to get, like, a wide receiver and running back list going that you can people that you can get after. But how much did you know about Seattle? And, you know, had you taken a trip out here before? And, you know, how shocking was it when, you know, they traded up to get you? The other thing, Nick, is that they used the picks that they got from Geno Smith and DK Metcalf that they packaged together to move up. But yeah, tell us about how surprised you were it was Seattle, or did you think that in the beginning?
Yeah, so when I got on the call, I had a feeling I was going to go to the Seattle Seahawks, but after they, in the second round, I knew they were pick 18 again. So I was like, yeah, I don't know where I'm going. So that was like one of the teams I was really like, that was really high on me. So I had no idea where I was going to go going into the second round. But then I got a call, and then I seen like a team was on the clock, but I was kind of confused. I picked up the call, and the Seahawks want to like call him, but I was like, is this? I didn't really get the correlation. I didn't know they were trading up. He didn't say they were trading up until like 5 or 10 seconds into the call. So I was confused what was going on. But then he told me he was trading up, so then I was pretty excited to go to Seattle. So yeah, I was pretty happy, man. Honestly, going to Seattle, had a great visit up there. I didn't really know a lot about the city, but took a visit out there. It was a nice, beautiful city. Yeah, great team, great spot, honestly.
You know, I'm looking at your Twitter page, and you've got a picture of the Legion of Boom on your Twitter page. Is that something you put up after the draft, or was that there before?
Yeah, that was after the draft, like right after.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Were those players, whether it was Cam Chancellor or Sherm or Earl or any of those guys, were those guys that you watched as a younger player, looking up to those guys?
Yeah, for sure. The Legion of Boom, like, honestly, just not saying it's because I'm a Seahawk or I just got drafted by them, but I think, like, Legion of Boom was probably, like, one of the greatest defenses ever, honestly, especially, like, super fun to watch. The different players on that Seahawks team, offense and defense. You know, you got, Richard Sherman talking smack, Cam Chancellor coming out hitting dudes. Like, it was a fun defense to watch. So I got, like, when I was, like, in high school and stuff, I used to watch, like, this Cam Chancellor highlight video on YouTube with, like, the Kevin Gates really, really song behind it. And it was, I used to watch that before every game. And so it was just what a coincidence I actually go there. So.
Yeah, a lot of comparisons. And, Cam he wasn't great playing the ball in the air, when he was young, but he developed into a really skilled defensive back in that way. But the one thing about him is he could always, step up in the box and just obliterate a receiver or running back. Which part of that those two things, would you rather? I mean, I know getting the ball is always really important, but if you had to choose between an interception and just laying a guy out on third down, what would you take?
Honestly, it depends what team we're playing. If we're playing the Niners, I'll lay a dude out. But any other team, I'll probably get an interception. I'll get an interception though. But honestly, man, I kind of like both. Getting an interception is awesome because I like to run it back for touchdowns. But laying the dude out, like taking his soul, making him feel it, that also feels good too. So.
Oh, you just made more fans out here when you specified the 49ers. You know your audience, Nick. They are going to love you, my friend. So growing up, who are you? You grew up in South Carolina. You went to South Carolina. Who are the teams or players that you sort of emulated or looked up to as a kid?
Honestly, the players I used to watch and just tune into whenever I had a chance. I used to like Sean Taylor. I didn't really watch a lot of his games, but I used to watch a lot of his highlights, man. I never seen a safety like Sean Taylor quite much. Cam Chancellor for one, another one of those safeties. Troy Polamalu was cool too. Like watching his highlights, like he was like a cat out there jumping over piles and stuff. Offensively, I used to watch Cam Newton, man. That 2015 season for Cam Newton, I was down in Columbia. He had the whole Carolinas lit up, dude. So that Panther season, that was a great time to be in Carolina. But yeah, the old NFL had a lot of great players, man. Got a lot of great players, a lot of great names. Almost nostalgic. So.
Hey, when you were growing up, Nick, were you just strictly a football player? Did you play other sports? And at what point did you finally decide, hey, man, I'm a football player?
Yeah, growing up, I played soccer as like my first kind of real sport. And I liked soccer, but I just couldn't kick the ball in the net. So I just kind of gave that up eventually. And then I played basketball. And basketball just didn't give me enough. Like, it didn't give me enough satisfaction. So I wasn't satisfied with basketball. So then I played football. I played running back, and I had like the best time of my life growing up. So that brought me the best joy and the best thrill. So since then, I kind of stuck with football, and I played like other sports on the side in high school.
So you played running back. When did you switch to defense?
I switched to defense when I got to like my freshman year in high school. So I played running back, and then I got a little taller, started playing receiver in middle school. And then my freshman year, I played receiver and defensive back, like receiver and cornerback. And then from there, I hit another growth spurt my sophomore year in high school. And then I remember I had like 2 interceptions in one game as a freshman, playing both sides, and it just kept me on defense after that. So then I played safety. And then from there, I was playing all over the defense by the time I left my senior year in high school.
Hey, Nick, what do you know about Mike Macdonald? I mean, you got to love that he's a defensive-minded coach, and we've just kind of gotten to know him, and he's really cool from the standpoint of just like his communication is very direct, and he knows how to make players great, especially in his defense. The safeties are a big part of it. But tell us about your interaction with him and how excited you were to play for him.
Yeah, man, I'm super excited. The Seahawks were actually my first formal interview at the Combine. So that was my first time actually like talking to the coaches, first time actually talking to an NFL team. So it was a great time. I had a great time doing that. And then when I came up for the visit to talk to him, he's like a cool, chill coach. Like we can have good conversations about football, like debates and stuff. So he's a funny coach. I like Coach Mike. And then having a defensive head coach is always awesome because, in practice, when you have a defensive head coach in practice, like they're not team for the offense. They kind of take the defensive side. In college, my coach, Shane Beamer, he used to like cheat for the offense a little bit. If he got a sack, he wouldn't give us a sack a little bit. So just a relief, honestly.
Hey, for our listeners, Nick, that maybe didn't watch South Carolina games and they're just hearing you for the first time, give them a scouting report on Nick Emmanwori. Like, tell them about what kind of player you are, what they're going to see out there with you.
Yeah, scouting report. Say 6'3", 223-pound safety, twitchy, fast, good hips, for my size, long, rangy, versatile, can line up anywhere from the deep middle of the field, down in the box to the outside at the nickel spot. Very physical towards the run. Sheds blocks amazing. Great tackler. Can do it all. So.
Wow, you should have been on set for the draft, man. They should have had you on the NFL Network.
Whenever I'm talking about myself, I can do a good job, man. So,
That sounds like you were reading a script.
Destined to be a scout someday. Yeah, definitely. Hey, Nick, do you know anybody on the team and any guys that you spent a significant amount of time with?
No one I spent a significant amount of time, but I do know Ernest Jones.
Yeah.
Linebacker. He played at South Carolina, so he kind of got like his own little legacy here at South Carolina. So like when I was coming to school, I remember they used to talk about him at practice. How like he used to turn up practice, and like he's like one of the leaders of the defense. So when I came up for the visit, I had met him for the first time formally.
So when you came up for the visit, was that the first time you'd ever been to Seattle?
First time.
Wow. So did you get a chance to get out and see the city at all, or were you kind of in and out?
I didn't. I was kind of like in and out at the facility the whole time, but I did see like the skyline almost. It's a nice skyline. I was on the opposite side of the bridge, so I didn't really get to see the city or nothing.
Well, Nick, we might as well get this going. Again, we've done this in the past for guys that are new here in Seattle, but what do you like to eat? We'll put it out to our listeners. They'll text in, good restaurants, places around Seattle. What's your favorite kind of food?
I'm always kind of big on pizza. I like a good pizza. Love some good seafood. I kind of pretty much eat anything. Good, maybe a good burger. I love a good burger. Some Mexican food, seafood. Yeah, so a little bit of everything. And I got like a little bit of a sweet tooth, so like maybe like a little ice cream shop or like a spot I can get some sweets from. But yeah, that's pretty much my go-to.
Oh, you're going to have a lot of suggestions there, especially seafood. I mean, this is kind of the mecca of seafood out here, so you're in the right spot. So when do you come back to Seattle?
Come back to Seattle on Thursday. Then I think for like rookie minicamp. Then I leave at the end of that week, and then I think I come back either the next week or the week after. So,
okay, hey, Nick, when you get out here for like, at what point can they start to like send you information as far as looking at the defense, and I'm sure you'll be looking up Seahawks games and things like that just to kind of get a feel for it. But at what point do you think that you're going to be able to kind of grind in on the details of this defense?
I already been kind of like doing a little bit of grinding. I've been me and the safeties coach, Coach Howard. We've been doing a little bit of talking on Zoom and stuff, but nothing overly crazy. But I think like once I get there, I kind of pick things up really fast. Got a good recall, so I think I'll catch on pretty quick.
Is there a team or maybe even a player that you're looking forward to being on the opposite side of the field of? Like, man, I can't wait to be on the same field as this guy or this team.
I kind of haven't really like checked our schedule. I don't think our schedule came out this year, but I'm not sure if in this conference. Maybe not in this conference.
Like, which quarterback would be the most fun to pick off?
Lamar Jackson for me.
Yeah.
Getting the pick from Lamar Jackson and taking it back to the end zone, like beating him to the end zone. So.
Hey, Nick, as far as, I know this is very important to players, and it's probably a little early for it, but as far as your number goes, what are you thinking there? I mean, have you even thought about that?
It's been a little bit of discussion, but I'm still kind of like trying to figure that out. I know a lot of single-digit numbers are taken in Seattle. There's a couple free. There's a couple numbers in like the 20s. There's a number in the 30s, but still in discussion about that. So when I get up here Thursday, I'll figure out what number I'm probably going to rock. I got to, see it on my body. My body got to accept the number almost. That sounds a little crazy.
I love it. Well, Nick, congratulations on everything, man. I know fans out here are really excited, and you threw out the Niners right there about knocking somebody out, putting them down, and you're in the good graces of Seahawks fans already. So I know they're excited. Congrats on everything. We're excited to see you out here. I love that you got a list. And we can't wait to see you knock some of these teams off that list. It's going to be a lot of fun watching you, and can't wait to see you out here. Thanks so much for the time.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
There you go, Nick Emmanwori, putting the Niners on notice. Every other team is on notice. You've made the list.
I love that he said, okay, well, it depends on what the play is or who the team is. If it's the Niners, then I'm going to lay somebody out.
I love that.
He's well aware of the rivalry there.
Heck yeah. That's smart guy right there. Playing to the fans right out of the gate. I perked my ears up as soon as he said that. I'm like, okay, now I really like him. I already liked him before. Now I really like him. And he's got that. I want to see him and Spoon on the field together. See that he's got a little edge to him. He's got a strong belief in his abilities. He felt like he should be a first-round pick. He's going to go out there with an intensity. I think there's the manufactured chip, and I think there's the one that just is there, and I think it's there for him.
Well, the Seahawks were considering him with that number 18 pick. So I'm curious what would have happened. I don't think John's probably going to answer that question, but if Grey Zabel's not there, do you take Emmanwori? Or if he thought, look, they end up getting him at number 35, so maybe they
moved up to get him.
Yeah, maybe you trade back if if Grey Zabel's gone. I'm not sure what they would have done. It would have changed the course of the whole draft for them. But it's kind of interesting because they had it sounded from John like in all the interviews that he did afterwards that everything went sort of to plan. Mm-hmm. And then, if there was some kind of a surprise, they had their options right there ready to go. So, I remember him telling us that, hey, when you are fighting on draft day and you have, disagreements and things like that, it makes you look like you don't know what you're doing. So it just seems like from all accounts that this one went, I don't want to say exactly the way they wanted it, but there weren't too many big, ridiculously, hard decisions to make.
Yeah. And I think, look, there are a lot of players in this draft to be excited about that the Seahawks drafted, whether it's Zabel, whether it's Jalen Milroe. He's a huge curiosity. This is a guy, I think, as soon as you hear comparisons to Cam Chancellor, I think that gets people excited because of what Cam meant to this team, the city, the tone he set. He was a man of very few words, but his actions were very loud, and he was an incredibly unique player, and they haven't had a version of him since, really. You've had guys that have attitudes, have edge. You've had that. You haven't had that guy, that presence that he was that, he could change a player's mind about wanting to be a football player.
Yes, exactly. Who was that? Vernon Davis?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember Vernon Davis was into pottery or something like that, and I remember saying that's because of Cam Chancellor. He's going to go a different route in his life. But yeah, I mean, the other thing we talked about the cornerback situation, because I'm just looking at their depth chart, and we already kind of went through it. It's Rick Woolen, it's Spoon, and you got Josh Jobe in there, and then Nehemiah Pritchett. But maybe they think the answer is with those two. I don't like Spoon on the outside. Mm-hmm. I think it's a waste. But look, if you need somebody covered and you need him to match up, I don't know who's better. But the other one was receiver, and in the fifth round they got Torrey Horton from Colorado State, and then Ricky White in the 7th round, pick number 238 from UNLV. So there's a couple of wide receivers, and according to John, he thinks they have the kind of, we talked about taking the top off the defense, but to be cliche, but they feel that they have that speed. So kind of interesting. I don't think, again, there weren't very many complaints, but I guess if I had one complaint that they didn't take corner, but we all know this, they don't draft for the rest of the league. They grade for their own way, and it's for us, for the Seahawks. And if they didn't have that, then it would. That's just the way it goes for the Seahawks. They have their way of doing it, and they're not going to go for need or anything like that. And it sounded like the whole thing went very smoothly.
253 said, were the Hawks on that list and eventually crossed off? Probably. Probably everybody that didn't pick him. That would be every team in the first round was probably on that list.
Right.
And somebody said, 509 said, it was interior design, Dave. Vernon started making curtains.
Okay, thank you, 509. It's the 509.
Yeah.
No, I'm pretty sure it was pottery. No, I really don't
I have no idea.
I don't know.
I'll one of you two might be right. You could both be wrong. I don't know. He could be knitting. He could have gotten into crocheting. Dave, I don't know. Who knows what he was doing there?
All we know is that Cam Chancellor sent him there.
That's right. That's right. All right, coming up, Mariners hitters are achieving nearly unprecedented results right now. We're going to get into this offense coming up next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The draft.
It's a cool day in Seahawks history.
Is in the books, and we're breaking down every pick and how the Hawks came out of their most important draft in years.
Get a difference maker, and they got him.
Nick Emmanwori.
Kind of a Swiss Army knife kind of a dude.
Jalen Milroe.
Wow. This dude is a home run hitter.
However, Jalen deserves and earns the right to go out there, then we'll do that.
Exclusive insider content on the Seattle Sports app and YouTube, and the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman here from my friends at Harley Exteriors. It's a local company serving all of Western Washington for the past 23 years. And I'm really excited to work with Harley Exteriors because they're my kind of people. I had Ray, Chris, and Nick out to my house just to see what they could do for us. You see, we've been in the same house for 24 years, and virtually every window in our home has a broken seal. So Harley Exteriors, they have a high, exclusive, high-quality Euro vinyl Olympic Series window manufactured right here in Washington. And these windows, they're designed specifically for homes in the Pacific Northwest, helping to maximize energy, efficiency, and beauty. And it's a window you can trust to last the life of your home. Very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. And through April, buy one window and get the second one for 40% off. Harley Exteriors, they're big fans of the station here, and they're excited to work with our listeners. And I'm proud to be working with Ray and Chris and Nick at Harley Exteriors. It's a team that you can get behind. So get in touch with Harley Exteriors for windows, doors, and more. They're right here in the Puget Sound. Give them a call at 833 Harley. That's 833 HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Secret Clinical Dominating Extra Stinky Stress Sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here from my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Well, here in our region, it's really common for homes to have damaged insulation or even no insulation at all in their crawl space or attic. Well, in the winter, that'll make your home cold and drafty. And in the summer months, it can turn your home into an oven. It's Mike Salk here, and utility companies have special incentives right now to help with the cost of having your home properly insulated, including a once-in-a-lifetime rebate from Puget Sound Energy. So if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Yes, they will cover up to 95% of the cost. And if you're anything like me, you love the idea of somebody else paying to improve your home, add value to it, and save you money along the way. How good does that sound? Don't wait. Call Crawl Pros to learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free, and then what energy rebates you're eligible for. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I have it on good authority that Vernon Davis turned into a pottery maker. I don't know what you call them. A potter?
I have no idea, man. A potter. You have it on good. He's not a florist. He's not out there making curtains.
Not interior design.
Okay.
Not making curtains.
All right. I guess when you made the kind of money he made, he can do whatever he wants. But yeah, I'd imagine after a couple of hits from Cam, you start contemplating other alternatives to making a living, saying there's got to be an easier way to get through life other than running into this guy twice a year. It's no good.
Remember the huge one? Like, I think nowadays he'd probably get put in jail.
Oh yeah,
some of the hits.
He would definitely be punished, even though it was completely legal. Meanwhile, Mariners have the night off. They've got a 2-game series coming up with the Angels. It was kind of weird.
Why 2?
I don't know. Why is that? Lefko, explain, could you?
I don't know. There's an off day before and an off day after. So. Yeah. The Angels, by the way, they had a brutal travel schedule. So they had a getaway game at night. Then they had to go to Minnesota. Got swept by the Twins. So then they're probably like, hey, we need a day off. So I have no idea is my answer.
They were making some noise early on, the Angels were.
Yeah, they got out to a good start, but they've cooled off. And but the Mariners are rolling. 6 series wins in a row. By the way, the Mariners finished their homestand with this 2-game series against the Angels, and Tuesday is a value game with tickets starting at just $10. So there you go. How about that? Go watch a first-place Mariners team for $10 before the Wednesday matinee. First pitch, 110. So go to mariners.com/tickets for more info on that. So good to go see them when they're rolling. They're playing well. They're hitting the ball. Jorge Polanco just named the AL Player of the Week. Last week it was Dylan Moore.
We're going for 3, Bob. Let's go for 3.
Yeah.
J.P. Crawford.
JP's rolling.
It's hot.
It sure would be cool if Julio could get in that conversation at some point. I'd like to see that. Yeah. But he's showed some signs. He had that first inning home run. He had a 2-run single yesterday, which turned out they needed every single run because Thornton went out there and threw a little gas on the fire. But, yeah, it's amazing to watch what some of these – and Polanco in particular is a guy that when they re-signed him, that was not a popular decision. That wasn't – I didn't see anybody jumping up and down going, what a great move, Jerry and Justin. That's brilliant. He's coming off – and I thought the reaction was fair considering who he was last year. It was a failed experiment. It did not work out. He did not play well. He didn't play in the field well. He didn't hit well. And then you learn that he was injured, but you look at him and go, well, he's, was he 32, about to be 33 or 31, about to be, he's
31, 32.
Yeah, you're not looking at a young guy like, all right, yeah, he had a down year, he's going to bounce back. You're looking at a guy who's had injury history, who you find out was injured last year, and he's in his 30s, and they sign him back, and you're going, oh, that's your offseason acquisition, huh? And nobody was excited about that. Well, as you like to say, Jerry and Justin could take a victory lap. At least right now they could.
Yeah.
And you want them to do it with middle fingers up in the air.
I do.
I don't know if they'll do that, but
how about I know more about baseball than you do? How about that? Say that too.
Well, they hit on it. I mean, he's way, way better than I was not excited about that. I made it clear. I was like, really? That's your answer? To get the guy that came out here and fell on his face last year? This is not the move of a team that's trying to contend for a playoff.
Yeah.
And so far, he's proved me and everybody else wrong. Well, hopefully he can keep it up for the year. We'll see how long he can. I don't know that he's going to play at this clip. I think for the week, he hit over 400, but he's been absolutely on fire. And good for him, man. And hopefully I think he's getting close to being able to hit from the right side, they said. I don't know that they put a timeline on it. But I would also say I'm perfectly fine with him remaining a DH. I don't think there's any need to put him out in the field unless you got nobody else and somebody needs a day off.
Yeah. Well, remember the thing, well, I don't want to say knock on him. I think it's a compliment that they had to kind of hold him back because he tends to want to run through, the injuries and, speed up the time to get back out on the field. He looks the same every time you see him. Like he is a very steady character. Mm-hmm. Like he never seems to get too high or too low, even when he hits a home run, which he's got 7. And by the way, an OPS way over 1,000. And yeah,
look at all the categories he leads on the team, and he's played in like 8 fewer games.
Yeah,
and he's like first in hits and first in average and on base or slug and OPS, and he's like RBI. He's number 1 in all these categories, yet he's got decidedly fewer games and plate appearances than other guys on the team. So it's just he's done a lot in a shorter amount of time.
The other thing is at bats 69. He's got 9 strikeouts. Pretty good. Good. So
your leader, I think, is Cal with 34, 36, something like that.
JP has a good number as far as his strikeout. He's got 21, and I think 28 games that he's played. So that part of it's worked. But, yeah, Polanco, I was pissed off when they had him stealing. I don't know if he did it on his own or whatever, but when he stole a base or tried to in Cincinnati, he got thrown out, I think. But I'm like, what are you doing? Take care of yourself, man.
Yeah, he's fragile right now. He's playing hurt.
Well, and, we don't need him doing that. Right. So,
I mean, I like that they're aggressive on the base path, and he may have the green light. Who knows? I don't know what his limitations are and what affects his side and what doesn't. And I'll trust that they know better. So if they're giving him the green light, it must not be a big concern. But hopefully he'll be able to hit from the right side here soon. But just guys out there hitting home runs, hitting 2 in a game. It's a beautiful thing.
Pitch to him. Swung on, blasted right field. Has he done it again? Has he done it again? Yes, he has! Jorge Polanco, his 2nd home run of the night. He is absolutely on fire. His 7th of the year. There is no stopping Jorge Polanco, and the Mariners just pouring it on. It is 8-0 M's.
Yeah, just fun to watch, fun to see. And the same is true for J.P. Crawford, another guy coming off a down year. Wasn't a bad year for both these guys last year. Mm-hmm. And to this point, now we're 1 month into the season. We're coming up at the end of April. But how could you not be happy with what you've seen to this point? I mean, J.P. Crawford got off to a slow start out of the gates, and he's since been on fire. I mean, he's got a 7-game hit streak right now. He's got hits in 10 of his last 11 games. For the month of April, he's hitting .314 with a .435 on base, and I believe his WRC plus is the best amongst all shortstops in baseball. So he's getting it done. He's getting it done. Showed a little pop. I don't expect him to hit home runs. It's cool when he does. I love it when he does, but it's not what I expect from him.
No.
But he's been decidedly different, and you look at both these guys and go, okay. You didn't really hear much about you heard more about the injuries with Polanco, certainly, than you did with JP, but you look at both and what their seasons were last year, and you're going, that was terrible. But you look at it now and go, okay, those injuries obviously were impacting them in a way that was not known publicly. It was not made public. So hopefully this can continue because, I mean, they're crucial. They are getting it done. They are helping this offense put up a boatload of runs, and they need it when your superstar in Julio Rodriguez is not producing yet. He's, again, a couple little signs. First inning home run, the 2-run single yesterday. He's chipping in. He's taking some walks, but need to see him be a little bit more consistent, which seems to be the thing we always say about him.
Yeah. JP, 6 of the last 10 games has multi-hit games. And look, do you expect him to continue at this pace? Of course not. But then, the other thing that you see is happening is that guys that you don't normally count on are stepping up. Mm-hmm. And it's Dylan Moore, and then it's Polanco.
It's Rivas getting on base left and right.
Yeah, exactly. That's what our guy Ryan Rowland-Smith was telling us about him. And yeah, it's just it's just nice, and I'm hoping that Julio at some point becomes one of those guys to carry him, because sometimes you have problems with pitching and you got to have some offense. And I love it that it's Dylan Moore, Jorge Polanco, and JP Crawford. It's not Cal and Randy and Julio. So, but hopefully those guys, if they can just, it's about timing, right? I mean, if your bullpen is banged up and things aren't going well, and then your starting rotation kind of has to pick things up, or just the offense in general, and guys like JP and Polanco, it's really nice to see at a time that other guys may be slumping a little bit. So as long as they can keep that going, that would just be the perfect formula.
Hey, if you missed any of our show or you just want to go watch things again, you can check out our Wyman and Bob channel on the Seattle Sports YouTube page. You can search for Seattle Sports on all social media platforms to find segments like our conversations, our interviews with Seahawks players, Mariner players, all of that's there for you. So go check that out. Meanwhile, we learned one Seahawks draft pick will get along well with Wyman. What we learned coming your way next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The draft.
It's a cool day in Seahawks history.
Is in the books, and we're breaking down every pick and how the Hawks came out of their most important draft in years.
Get a difference maker, and they got him. Emmanwori. Kind of a Swiss Army knife kind of a dude. Jalen Milroe. Wow. This dude is a home run hitter.
However, Jalen deserves and earns the right to go out there, then we'll do that.
Exclusive insider content on the Seattle Sports app and YouTube, and the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
After years of football and the injuries that go along with it, my first thought was always go get surgery. Hey, it's Dave Wyman, but after a consultation with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, my eyes were open to an alternative to surgery, and I'm talking about stem cell therapy with Dr. Wagner. It helps with severe osteoarthritis, including bone-on-bone, loss of cartilage, even rotator cuff, labrum, and meniscus tears. And it's really all about getting people back to doing the activities they love without pain and without surgery. Dr. Wagner's 60-minute outpatient procedure uses your own stem cells, which can regenerate your own cartilage in your own joints. Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, is a board-certified Seattle physician with with over 30 years of experience, and he's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. And he's one of the few doing it the right way. So whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Get the facts, then get back in the game at drmarkwagnermd.com.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
Hey, Riverside Roofing is offering $1,000 off a new replacement right now. That's huge. $1,000 off. Quite the incentive for homeowners to book their roof replacement right now. It's Mike Salk here, and it really is a great time to do it. These days are getting long, right? Sunsets after 8 o'clock. Crews can get your roof done quick. So take advantage now before demand spikes this summer, making those repairs costly and time-consuming as well. Here's what you got to do to claim your $1,000 off from Riverside Roofing. Book a free estimate from the website, riversideroofingllc.com, and then you'll meet with Brandon, that's Don's son. Just tell him you heard the message here on the radio station. $1,000 back in your pocket, and yes, a brand new roof over your head. And while you're there, ask Brandon about their 35 years of local experience, GAF Master Elite certification, which puts them in the top 3% of roofers in the nation, and of course the catch-all system, which they use to keep your yard and driveway totally free of debris like nails or shingles. Go to riversideroofingllc.com. Remember, Riverside Roofing is the roofing company you can trust.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
You're losing your hair, and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Polanco and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Everyone wants to get the best deal they can when they buy a car. But what about when you want to sell your car? Of course, you want to get the most money possible. But how do you get the most you can without trying to sell it yourself? Well, that's where my friends at Wayscar Ford in Auburn step in. Not only will they buy your car today, but that's just the beginning. Once they resell your old car, they send you another check for 50% of the profit of the sale of your old car. They've already given back over $750,000 to their customers. Mark, GM of Wayscar Ford, joins me, and it's such a great offer. But to clear up any confusion, is this like a consignment, and how can you offer this?
It's not a consignment, Stacy. In a consignment, the dealer that's trying to sell your car hasn't paid you yet. We pay you right up front. No more insurance, no more maintenance. All that's gone. After that's done, we pay half the profit. It's that simple. There's no magic to this. All All the money we're saving by not buying at auctions, the shipping fees and the travel, we're giving it back to you. That's how it works.
So get the most money possible at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn and let them do the work.
This is a house of learned doctors.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
What did we learn today?
No one's a bigger idiot than me.
Stupidity is the easiest way out.
So there's a Seahawks draft pick that's going to get along with Wyman.
Yes.
Do they buy their clothes at Costco? Do they have trouble with technology?
Do they break a lot of stuff?
Do they just...
Now, why would you guys list all of the negative things? Why would you do that?
The unique things.
I don't feel very supported as a teammate.
Well, it's not.
I don't feel safe in my workspace.
What's a positive thing we could say?
It's not fun to say, well, you both like pizza, so you're going to get along. Come on. You got to find those unique things about you that really connects you to somebody.
I will say I felt very connected with Dave today. I dropped a mug. It shattered everywhere.
But you dropped it.
It broke, though.
Oh, so
that's how I felt.
No. You dropped it.
Yeah.
So
the one
makes
that I
sense that it broke.
it just broke.
Yeah.
On its own.
He looked at it and it crumbled.
No, I just picked it up by the handle, Bob.
And the handle came off?
I wouldn't lie to you. Them, yes, I would. Bob, I'm telling you, handle, picked it up and just...
The handle popped
shattered.
off?
I was holding my mug and then it was on the floor. It just
That's
broke.
all you remember?
Yeah.
There seems to be a theme here. Did we get a bad batch of mugs?
Must have.
The Seattle sports mugs are flawed.
Mike has a little missing tape in the replay there.
Yeah, I don't.
Looks like I
Maybe
was
we can get
holding it.
Vernon Davis to make us some new mugs with his pottery profession.
Because he's a potter.
He's a potter.
A maker of pots.
Yes. Who is the Seahawk?
Well, I think it's Grey Zabel because it is as simple as this. After hearing that he enjoyed some Busch Lights, it gave Wyman an excuse to say, "Oh, sure, I'll go drink some beer."
High alert for the beer, South Dakota. Busch Light, is that what he said?
Yes.
Is that the beer?
So I went across the street over by Dino's and went to the 405 market there.
Yeah.
And picked up a six-pack of Busch Light Talls.
Did you really?
Yeah, just to give them, and I sent you guys a picture of it, but I was like, remember we went on that fishing trip, Matt? And there was the one fisherman, his name was Nils, I think, and he had imported like 5 cases of Busch Light.
Of all the beer in the world, you just got drafted. Why Busch Light?
He's a starving college kid.
Staying true to his roots, I guess.
Probably
That's
not.
fair.
Probably not.
Is that considered like poor man's beer or cheap beer?
I thought it was quite refreshing, as Mike Lefko likes to say. Very refreshing. So, yeah.
Pretty refreshing.
Isn't that what you want from an offensive lineman? What are you going to do? I'm going to go dive into some Busch Lights.
Busch Light and go nuts in South Dakota. What if he said, I really like onion sandwiches? Would you have stopped off at Subway and said, just give me the bread and the onions?
No. I'll drink pretty much any kind of beer, but onions, no, not in any form. Not in any form.
Dave, have you had them like this?
Yeah. Bob.
Have you tried them that way?
Bob, I don't like onions.
The end.
The end.
What else did we learn?
Sneak them in like with little kids. You gotta, like, deep fry them, put them in chocolate. Sneak them into a burger.
I had a girlfriend that used to do that.
Chocolate-covered onions.
Yeah, she would try to work them in, and she told my mom, she's like, Dave, he doesn't know this, but I've been doing that. And then I went to my mom and said, I've had diarrhea for the last 3 weeks. So, yeah.
Coincidence? I think not.
I think not.
There seems to be a connection. What else did we learn?
All right, well, moving on from
Dave
that.
always bringing it back to poop.
Yeah. We learned that, I guess, Ryan Rowland-Smith has a different memory of how we greeted each other yesterday.
Hey, how'd your mock draft turn out?
You sound like you were from Minnesota.
I like it.
I was trying to sound like an American there.
Your mock draft.
Can you say that?
It's funny. I saw Lefko yesterday. Him and I did the post game after the game yesterday. But I rock up. He kind of big-legged me a little bit. I get to the game and say, hey, Mike, how you doing? He's like, yeah, good, I'm like, you're all right. And he goes, hey, man, look, I've been out of the loop. I've been working on the draft last couple of days. Yeah. We've been working hard. So as if to say, oh, sorry, bro. Like, sorry to bug you, I get it. You and your friends at the radio station, I get you guys have been smashing out that draft the last few days. Sorry, I was just trying to say hi, It's like, all right, Lefko.
Yeah,
too busy to say hi.
Approach a man
He
of
was too
his
busy.
stature.
Yeah, he was too tired from the draft because he'd been working so hard from it.
He didn't have the energy to communicate with the common unwashed like you. Lefko just big time in Ryan.
Yeah.
Yes, because when you think lack of energy, you certainly think me.
He needs to learn how to say draft.
Draft.
He says draft.
Draft. He's got to learn it. You got to learn how to. He'll say it. How's your draft?
How's your mock draft?
How'd your draft board go? Why'd you big time him, man? What was that about?
Yeah. No, it was more of, I think, Ryan. It was the exact opposite. He was busy. We were both in there working. He had to get back to his prep, so he didn't really have time for me. He will verify this. And also,
I don't know if he will.
Pickleball was on TV, so he got very preoccupied with that. He's like, oh, that's what these shots look like. I was like, yeah, good luck.
Good luck.
Oh, man, he's talking some trash, too.
Yeah.
When's this going to be like in 3 years from now, this pickleball
We've been talking
competition?
about it for 3 years, so sure, another 3 years.
Ryan keeps talking about his shot, that he's got no chance of returning. Well, you haven't seen the shot.
Oh, wow. Well, I mean, what do you think comes first, that match or the Supersonics back to town? I mean,
Sonics.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sonics.
Hopefully the Sonics.
We will, I'll tell you what, I'm saying this now. When the announcement happens, the Sonics are coming back to town, we will then schedule a date for our pickleball match.
Yeah, Lefko's
That's what we're waiting on.
Lefko's going to be 63 years old at that point.
You might have to play him like left-handed to make it even.
Okay.
What else did we learn?
Well, it was a really interesting conversation you guys had with Seahawks 5th-round pick Rylie Mills, but he also gave us some insight about the RV capital of the world.
There's no way I'm going to do this again and watch on the couch. Like, I'm going to find a way to get down to the Orange Bowl no matter what it takes. So I found out the next day that right next to South Bend in Elkhart, Indiana, is the RV capital of the world. So I got to deal with, RV company, and a donor reached out and, made a big impact and, donated an RV. And then I got me, my girlfriend, my parents, my uncle, my parents' dog. And then we drove down about 25 hours to the Orange Bowl.
Wow.
I love that you brought the dog, though, too. That's cool.
Yeah.
We wanted to add a challenge to it. So we were like, 25 hours wasn't enough. Let's send the dog.
By the way, we had two texters immediately text in after that conversation and say, is it me or does he sound like Lofa? And at the time, you and I were like, huh? And now that I hear that, they're right. He sounds like Lofa.
No, I don't think I would have thought about it, but you just told me off air, and I'm like, oh, yeah, you're right. I think he kind of does.
Yeah. Good call by the texters.
Hopefully he can play like Lofa.
That'd be great. That'd be great. All right, that's it. That's all the learning?
All the learning.
There's the learning for the day. We learn each and every day. Meanwhile, the Mariners are red hot right now. They've won 6 series in a row, and they are in first place. We're going to break it all down with our guy, Ryan Rowland-Smith. You're going to hear that conversation coming your way next. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The draft.
It's a cool day in Seahawks history.
Is in the books, and we're breaking down every pick and how the Hawks came out of their most important draft in years.
Get a difference maker, and they got him.
Emmanwori, kind of a Swiss Army knife kind of a dude.
Jalen Milroe.
Wow. This dude is a home run hitter.
However, Jalen deserves and earns the right to go out there, then we'll do that.
Exclusive insider content on the Seattle Sports app and YouTube, and the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
When you have really good leaders, it makes it easy.
Gia arrived at Lee Johnson after 10 years at another dealership.
You know your job, but then you have people who you can rely on to help you with the big stuff that you need that support from. And I've gotten that every day with my service manager, with our assistant service manager, with even like our GM and our GSM. The way that, we're now on the showroom together, we are so close-knit just as a department. My service manager here, he's always open to teach you whatever you want to know. He just wants everybody to do good around him, and if somebody wants to learn something, I'm here to do it. And I've never had a service manager like that before. They're really good at promoting from within. That's one thing that I've learned from working here. I see people start out as a lot porter, and people work their way all the way up to being a general manager.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Dave Wyman here for my friends at Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for the past 23 years. I'm really excited to work with Harley Exteriors because they're my kind of people. I had Ray, Chris, and Nick out to my house just to see what they could do for us. You see, we've been in the same house for 24 years, and virtually every window in our home has a broken seal. Harley Exteriors has an exclusive high-quality Euro vinyl Olympic Series window manufactured right here in Washington, and these windows are designed specifically for homes in the Pacific Northwest, helping to maximize energy, efficiency, and beauty. It's a window you can trust to last the life of your home. Very affordable, with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Through April, buy one window and get the second for 40% off. Harley Exteriors are big fans of the station, and they're excited to work with our listeners, and I'm proud to be working with Ray, Chris, and Nick. It's a team you can get behind. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Shane Company engagement rings are expertly crafted to fit both your style and your lifestyle.
My wife's an artist and works with her hands. Shane Company helped me create a ring that's beautiful and sleek. She loves it.
Shane Company rings are crafted with care using high-quality materials, and we set each center stone by hand in our jeweler's workshop right here in our store. We also protect your ring, including the center stone, with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Let us help you find your perfect ring, in-store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
There's nothing better than having a big fish on your line. You'll hear that sound a lot at Queen Charlotte Lodge. Experience a luxury resort, breathtaking wildlife, spectacular wilderness, and amazing fishing at Queen Charlotte Lodge in British Columbia. Reserve now for peak king salmon runs and plentiful halibut this May and June. At Queen Charlotte Lodge, it's fishing first class. Go to fishqcl.com. That's fishqcl.com. And remember, our dollar is worth $1.40 north of the border.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
I actually talked about it on You Betcha on the podcast.
He is an unrivaled source of baseball knowledge.
Anyway, what were we talking about?
A guy who always has your back.
Pants back on, try and make the uniform look sweet in a split second. Come out, and I'm trying to open the door. I'm like, what the? And I said, listen, buddy, put your babysitting shoes on, because Dad's going out for Father's Day. You got to watch Top Gun.
Ryan Rowland-Smith, every week with Wyman and Bob.
That's the open right there.
It is that time, everybody. We talk to him each and every week here with Wyman and Bob. He joins us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Ryan Rowland-Smith is with us. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing fantastic. How you fellas?
We're doing great. We're talking about a first-place Seattle Mariner team. How about that? This team just continues to find ways to get it done. It's just,